two.
A very warm welcome to day 2 of the racing of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are coming live to you from the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit on the glorious island of Lombok. And it is glorious, we don't need to tell you, you can see it for your very self.
Yeah.
Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill to talk you through today's races, 5 races today. But also we're going to have a little bit of a traditional welcome as well, Barry, from what's been a terrific venue so far.
Yeah, it has, absolutely. And here we have a look at it.
This is the Dulang Penamat dance, a traditional dance. It's performed by the NTB Tourism Board. It's frequently a dance showcased at traditional gatherings or as a welcoming dance, as they are here for us. There are trays containing traditional Lombok food, and elegant grace is the traditional movement. Not so much from those guys, but from the dancers. And the dance represents happiness and hospitality, captivating the audience with its stunning costumes and decorations.
It sure does, and it's great to see the children being brought into it as well.
Okay, Indonesia national anthem to get the day's events underway. Indonesia Raya welcomes the Asian Road Racing Championship to the island of Lombok for the 2nd consecutive season. We are on the southern tip of the island, which has a population close to 4 million, surprisingly. It's become a real tourist haven since the year 2000. And although the grandstands opposite are closed for renovations, there are good crowds in the many, many grandstands surrounding particularly turns 16 and 17. Right, but we've got 5 races coming up, Barry Russell, and we've got the welcome, and this is the welcome of the course that the riders have to negotiate.
That's it, 4.3 kilometers, 17 turns packed into that. Only 5 of those are left-handers, and you really need to be smooth and fast. This favors the most skillful, precise riders. We had some fantastic racing yesterday afternoon at this Mandalika circuit, and we're in for more today, absolutely for sure.
Indeed, the Asian Road Racing Championship has got 4 main categories and a TVS 1 make category as well to showcase the emerging talent and some experienced talent as well. And it'll be the TVS One Make that gets us underway. And the story with TVS One Make is a certain Hiroki Ono, who turned 32 this year. He's been on the racing circuits domestically and internationally and in Japan for well over a decade. It's approaching a decade and a half now. And he's on a run, Barry, of 12 consecutive wins in this competition.
That's absolutely right, and it's crazy. He's won every race this year, and only not won a race that he DNF'd since he joined in Japan last year for round 3. However, this time last year, he was winning races by more than 5 seconds. Yesterday, he did win the race again, but only by 0.4 of a second. So the chasing pack, who are led by Ramdan Rosley, are making it harder for the veteran Japanese rider. Absolutely brilliant light motorcycle rider.
This is the grid for us. Vorapong Malawan, who is the mainstay of this competition. He was the first champion of the TVS One Make competition a couple of years ago. He's finding life a little bit tougher this time around, as riders New and Ono make life very difficult for him. Indeed, he's down in 6th place in the championship standings, and there is Ono.
Ono on the 3rd place on the grid, surprisingly. He made a poor start yesterday, gave himself a lot of work to do before he eventually came through and triumphed. But he takes this racing very, very seriously.
The great and the good, the people behind this remarkable circuit. Indonesia was in need of an international circuit to replace Sentul, and they've got it in Mandalika. It took a lot of work, a lot of political persuasion to make it happen, but it has happened. And here is Ramdan Rosley, who was speaking about before. Poor old Ramdan, 3 second-place finishes and 2 third-place finishes in 6 races this season.
Yeah, he's never backed off, he's never given up. He's been keeping Hiroki Ono honest. And this rider here from Germany, Rocco Sessler, was the 2023 Northern Talent Cup champion this year, as well as TVS, also racing in Red Bull Rookies. So he's a rider of considerable pedigree, 15 years old, as is this one, Sartak Chavan, arguably the most exciting rider to come out of India at the moment. He was 3rd yesterday. We've seen him fast. We've seen a few mistakes from him earlier in the season, as you might expect from a youngster. But he's one to watch for the future.
3-minute board is up. The opening ceremony just slightly giving us a longer introduction to the TVS One Make. It's rather nice because we can have a chance to talk about some of the riders who are there. The defending champion is Muzuki Muhammad, the Malaysian, who's not been able to really make a real impact this year. He had a did not finish and a did not start in his previous 2 races. He was midway down the grid yesterday in P8. So I don't think Muzuki is going to defend his championship, but it was a very popular win last year for the veteran.
It certainly was, and it's a shame that he has been hampered to a considerable extent by injury this season. Collarbone problems amongst them.
1 or 2 other injuries throughout this day to tell you about. As I said, there's 4 ARC categories plus this TVS One Make. The ARC are the underbone 150s, which come up next, and they are a joy to behold. Yesterday's race was utterly captivating. Up until the last lap, 24 of the 25 starters had a chance to win it.
That's right, and looking across to the right of the screen there, the number 10 with the orange helmet, Rish Takahira, one of 4 young teenagers, he's 15, to have taken pole positions in qualifying for this round 4 of the championship.
Briefly taking you through, there's the AP 250s, that was fun yesterday as well. And then we've got the Supersport 600s, that was fun. And then arguably the race of the day was the last one, the Superbikes, the 1000cc. So there's 5 excellent races coming your way from Mandalika in Lombok later on. Formation lap though for the TVS One Make. Hiroki Ono is the runaway championship leader from Ramdan Rosley. Ono wears bike number 2. He's on the front row of the grid, but not as quick as Rich Takahira in qualification. No Vorapong Malawan, who'll be looking to get some points on the board, and those 2 join Ono on the front row.
And on row 2, lots of quality. Ramdan Rosley, second in the championship, starts from P4. Next to him, Rocco Sessler, and outside of him is Sartak Shaban.
On to row number 3, defending champion Musike Mohammed, alongside another of the bright young Indians, making a move on TVS, Chirant Vishwanath, and Ate Kange, a young Thai rider who you speak highly of.
Indeed, and on row 4, place 10th is Dekitiano Aldi, Indonesian, and his 3rd season in TVS Asia. Irvin Eksan from Singapore starts 11th, and 12th, Kim Min Jae, the Korean.
It's 14 competitors. KY Ahmad is the 3rd of the Indian competitors, and a local rider, Sharul Amin, who struggled a bit yesterday. He did pick up 3 points, but he was a little bit off the pace, just to prove that the difference between the pros and the emerging pros and those who want to be pros is really, really a big gap.
Yeah, it was a great mix between those pros and emerging pros, as you put it, Des. There was a very tight race all the way through between the top 6.
A beautifully appointed circuit here at Mandalika. Lots of runoffs, which means that the riders can really put their foot down, knowing that there is an escape clause.
Yeah, indeed, that's well put. And I'm sure lots of viewers know that where you see the green, those are areas that the riders are not to cross. If they do, they're likely to find themselves either warned or penalised.
And this circuit, this corner here, 16 and 17, it looks like a U-turn. It's beyond that. It's probably a 220 degrees. You turn back on yourself, then you have to get yourself in shape for a sharp 90-degree left-hand turn to take you down to the start-finish line. It caught a couple of riders out yesterday.
Yeah, it goes on forever. 15 and 16 just turn into one long right-hander. And there's so many lines you can take on a motorcycle through there. That's decisive. That's why there were so many people you could see in the grandstands in the background there, Des. They know they're going to see a lot of decisive moves made during the course of the afternoon, as we did yesterday.
Some great sight lines. It was run yesterday by Hiroki Ono, but not before Ramdan Rosley had made a real fist on picking up his first win of the season. Everyone just about in place. We're just waiting for Ono. Traditionally, he's the last into place.
Absolutely, as always.
So all 14 are on the grid. The Idemitsu signs are there for all to see. TVS Asia One Make Championship. Lights are off and we are underway. Ono tries to make a good start. It's solid from the middle, where Vorapong got off to a half-decent start, bike number 3, and Vorapong Malawan. And Ramdan Rosley, the 2 experienced guys, they've got 1 and 2 going into the first corner.
Yeah, that's Vorapong getting the whole shot. He's going to have trouble to hold on to it as they go into the second right-hander, turn 2.
Ramdan once again, and as yesterday, Sartak and Ramdan. Oh, we've got our first casualty.
Oh.
Who was that? Is it Ono?
No, that's not the helmet design of Ono. I held my breath there for a moment. We will be finding out very soon.
Bike is way out of shape.
Yeah, but it's Ramdan Rosley leading them. That looks like Sartak behind him and Rish Takahira behind him. And there's a yellow helmet. It could be Vorapong. No, it's not. It's Hiroki Ono coming up on the inside of Rish Takahira.
So Ono is safe. Look how wide you can go. That's the safety clause in this circuit at Mandalika as they go around turn number 10.
Yeah, Vorapong a long way back. Wonder if he got caught up with that incident. Vorapong started from the middle of row 1 and he's currently down in about 7th. There he is, the number 3.
Rich Takahira, who was on pole once again. Again, he was caught a little bit sluggish off the line. It's a skill in its own right, getting off the line quickly. And Ono takes a lovely tight line. And Hiroki Ono goes into the lead right at the final corner of lap number 1 of 8 of this 8th race of 12 in the season.
He held that line absolutely perfectly. From the angle we're looking at it, it looked as though he might get mugged. Rish Takahira is trying to mug him into turn 1 at the start of lap 2, and he makes it. thing we don't want to see is Hiroki Ono making an early break.
Muzuki Mohammed was the casualty. Muzuki Mohammed's bike, the defending champions, had a tough old time of things this season, and Muzuki is not going to pick up any points here today either.
Hopefully nothing exacerbated his injuries in that crash. Chirag Vishwanath also up in that leading group.
Sport really does have the ability to humble you, doesn't it? Champion one year and struggling much of the next season. As Ono, he and Ramdan Rosley have switched the lead a couple of times.
Yeah, the battle of the young Indians. Chirag just took the initiative there as well in third and fourth.
The Indian oil sign as they come past TVS corner. It's a very flowy circuit, this one, until you hit corner 16, 15, 16, 17, and then you have to come almost to a standstill at the time when you want to be going your quickest. It's this corner here. Sorts out the men from the boys.
Yeah, it's a really determined move there by Ramdan Rosley. I admire this rider even more than I ever did in this season, just seeing him chase after Hiroki Ono. Even has time to take a long look behind him.
And it's Ramdan again. He's been there, he's been on my tail all season. As Takehira goes through in P4. Ono, Ramdan, Vishwanath, Sartak, Sessler and Takehira making up the first six. Rocco Sessler's joined that group again. We've seen this a little bit from the German. He's a tall lad. He gets into the front in the early stage of races, but doesn't seem to have the form to hold on to the positions he wants.
Yeah, he was about 5 seconds off the lead group yesterday. I had a chat with him during the pit walk earlier on, and told him to get himself into the front group. So there we are.
Well, he's
all
listening
down
to
me, Des.
You on 10%?
Absolutely. But yeah, we had a leading group of 6 yesterday. It's a bigger group than that now.
Nobody's really been dropped. Ekitiano Aldi, the young Indonesian, will be hoping to make an impact in front of an Indonesian crowd.
Yeah, in fact, I just counted up. It's a group of 9 in the front now. This time yesterday, it was a group of 6. This is great stuff. Great racing coming through. The series gets better and better, the TVS Asia one make.
Ramdan leading the way once again. Bike number 8 is Chirag Vishwanath, one of the young Indian racers. That's good, that's nice and tight, and Ono has been forced back into P4. Yeah. Vishwanath made a move. In fact, Ono has been forced back a little bit further as well. And this is Chirag Vishwanath, who'll in a Talent Cup later on this season at this same venue.
Yeah, notice Takehira taking a really adventurous line through there. And I think it paid off too.
Well, Hiroki Ono down to P6. You do wonder sometimes with Hiroki whether he's just holding back a little bit, teasing the others that, yes, yeah, you can pretend to be competitive, but I'll come through and win it in the end.
Yeah, perhaps, but we haven't got time for conspiracy theories, Des.
Ramdan Rosley would love to get a win. He deserves a win. He's led much of yesterday's race, had to settle for P2. He led much of the time in the opener in Buriram, had to settle for P2.
Yeah, the indomitable Ramdan Rosley. I think I'm going to start calling him from here on. He has earned it.
The redoubtable Ramdan.
Redoubtable Ramdan. Resilient Ramdan. Anyway, he's at the front right now.
Any of the above, and he's taking Sartak Jaban with him. Sartak in the green helmet is really impressed as well. He's not having things all his own way. Yeah. Round turn number 10. Behind Ono, Takehira's made a move. There's Vishwanath, bike number 8, white helmet. He's leading at the end of the previous lap.
Yeah, he just came out the better of a little tussle with Ono. Ono probably just decided that he didn't need at this point of the race to really get too aggressive.
It really is a nice tight group. 1.1 seconds separating 1 from 9. Only Kim Min Jae, KY Ahmed, Irvin Exum and Charles Amin have been dropped.
Yeah, and Hiroki Ono. mixing up the first and last race entrance here. But Hiroki Ono deciding it's time to move up a little bit. Boropong Malawan, as we saw him yesterday, the number 3 there with the yellow helmet, working hard to stay on terms with this lead group.
The busy boy Boropong, you described it yesterday, he has his own training centre, he races in other competitions, he's the leader of the pack here. Does take away the practice time for you.
Yeah, it does, but he's really determined to get some good results between now and the end of the season. He's going to have to make sure those 4 riders that look like they're making a break for it don't get away.
Oh no, right on the back of Ramdan Rosley. Where have we seen that before? Actually going past Ramdan Rosley. We've seen that just about every race this year. Ramdan again trying his very, very best to secure a first win of this campaign. Takahira holding on, he's the last in that group of 4. The talent, Takahira, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah. Podium, first podium last time out in Motegi. Pole position this time.
Oh no, leads, having been P6 2 laps ago, P4 1 lap ago. We come towards the business end. We are 3 laps to go, and he takes again a lovely tight line. Takahira goes on the inside. I don't think Ramdan liked that one from Takahira.
Yeah, if they do start scrapping, then it's job done for Hiroki Ono.
He comes through with a lead of 1/10 of a second. Hiroki Ono. 2/10, 3/10 of a second.
Yeah. Ramdan signalling to Takahira it's too early to start fighting. Follow me, but he's got Sartak in front of him, and Sartak is going to have none of it. He's just got the leader in his sights.
You have to work hard on this course. It's very, very tricky. Effectively, it's a circle with kinks right the way through. So you're very much going on the right-hand side, and then you have to shift to the left, but there's a lot of wear and tear on the inside right wheels. Ono still leads, though.
Yeah, Ono's got the highest top speed as well. He's one of the lightest riders. He's got 10 kilogram advantage on Ramdan Rosley. It's going to make a difference on the front straight.
3 kilometers per hour quicker than anybody else, to complete your point. And he's pulling away. He's only Sartak is able to stick with him. Rocco Sessler, bike 15, has dropped down a little bit. He was in that group. Now it's Ono, then 3 behind him. Those 3 behind him are going to have to work hard to catch up with Hiroki Ono. He's chasing a 13th consecutive win, a 7th consecutive win this year.
Ramdan now down in 4th behind the 2 young guns, Takahira and Sartak.
Kangea trying to hold on at the back of this train, but the train is being led by Hiroki Ono. But it's only 1/10 of a second, 0.16 ahead of Sartak Shavam, who's 3/10 clear of Takahira. Ramdan again gets a little bit of a pull to come inside Takahira.
Boropong trying to make a move. He's just gone up inside Chiran as they came into turn 1. Hiroki Ono isn't getting away, or hasn't decided to pull the pin yet. We're never quite sure what it is with him.
Lovely smooth technique, takes the perfect line, leans into the corner. Ramdan, 5 podiums in 6 completed races this year. There was a rain out in Zhuhai, that's why, although race number 8, only 7 have been, or this is only number 7 that's been raced. Sartak on the inside.
Can he hold it?
The answer is no, he couldn't.
Yeah, we've seen a few moves like that, haven't we? It's very difficult to hold that advantage, but good effort by Sartak.
Yeah, and that's that corner number 10 where people do have a lot of speed going into it. They try to leave the braking as late as they can, and then it's a case of can they hold on.
Yeah, there's another right-hander straight after that.
Sartak has to close the door there on Ramdan. Ramdan is forced wide and he's gone on the inside again, Sartak, and this time he's closed the gate on Hiroki Ono. And for a youngster, that's a cheeky bit of racing, and Sartak Jaban will be having the lead coming into the final lap, Barry Russell.
That was an impudent and a brilliantly skillful move by Sartak on his first trip to Mandalika, and that drag down the straight. Sartak also is, he's not big, but he's a tall lad.
Oh, but
and
that's
down
an
that's
error.
Chirant.
Vishwanath Chirant, he lost the front.
So down he goes, his race is done, unfortunately. Getting better overall, Chirant, but he's not going to finish this one.
And Sartak was seemingly distracted by what went on just behind him. Ono has the lead, Ramdan Rosley and Takahiro are close behind. Now, will they have taken some encouragement from the fact Sartak could get in front of Hiroki Ono on turn 15 and 16 last time around?
Look at the determination you can see in the body language of Ramdan Rosley. Here they come up to this crucial point once again.
Leaning
Contact
into
there.
each other. There was contact, but Ono was strong enough to hold off Ramdan Rosley. Ramdan chasing a first win.
Look how much he wants this, Des.
He really does, doesn't he? Sartak is back in touching distance. Ono, he looks to go on the inside. Ramdan has the lead right then. It is going to be a thrilling finish. Ramdan Rosley, Hiroki Ono on the inside once again as they come into 15 and 16. Can Ono hold it? Ono's got the right line. He's in perfect position. Sartak going around the outside. Ramdan is there. Ono is trying to chase it. Ramdan has got the lead. Coming into the final corner. Ramdan Rosley, a race for the line. And Ramdan Rosley gets the victory ahead of Hiroki Ono.
Look what that means to Ramdan Rosley taking that win. He's never given up. The persistence he's shown, the spirit that he's shown against having his heart broken in every race this season by Hiroki Ono.
Chantic Ramdan Rosley, beautiful racing. Ono second, Sartak a good third, Takahiro a good fourth, Borapong fifth, Sessler sixth, Dekitiano seventh ahead of Ate Kanga. But for the first time, and we are thrilled in a strictly neutral manner, but we are thrilled for Mohammed Ramdan Rosley.
Absolutely. It's a good excuse having a commentary position over the start line to jump up at the end. Brilliant, and warm congratulations being exchanged there. They're quite a close-knit bunch. Wave there from Vorapong. He crossed the line in fifth. That's an improvement of one position on yesterday. Sartak, we could see a little earlier, popped a wheelie. He's pleased with having picked up two podiums, two P3s this weekend.
Confirmation of the win for Ramdan Rosley, 900th of a second clear of Hiroki Ono. Brilliantly done. His determination was there. He's been so close this season. Now he's got it. It's another podium for the young Indian Sartak, his fourth podium of the season. Rich Takahira for Japan, 4/10 down. Vorapong, a good P5. Rocco Sessler did well to win a little battle between youngsters. Sessler, Dekitiano, Aldi and Ate Kangea to make a P6 for Rocco and 10 points for the day. And that equals his best performance of the season. Chirant Vishwanath, well, he recovered, having come off. That's a remarkable recovery. KY Ahmed in P10. Kim Min Jae, Shaul Amin getting the better of Irvin, whose tough education continues. 13th for him. Mutakir Mohammed dropped out, as we saw fairly early on. The defending champion won't pick up any points this time.
Well, we saw a close race yesterday with Hiroki Ono winning by just 4/10. Today, Ramdan did it. Just shows never, ever give up. You can see a lot of smiling faces down below our commentary position here.
Ramdan comes into the Parc Ferme. Even under that helmet, you can see a beaming smile. He ran out of fuel on the coming home lap last time, so he's trying to keep as little weight. Yes, well deserved. Well deserved.
Absolutely, there are going to be a few hugs there, and this whole TVS team will be happy about that. No disrespect whatsoever to Hiroki Ono, but the win run, that incredible win run, has been broken. And it's been broken by Ramdan Rosley.
13th time unlucky for Ramdan. It's not a bad record, is it? 12 in a row.
12 in a row, followed by a second. But yeah, big grin there from Ramdan Rosley. Looking forward to hearing his post-race interview with Daniel.
You could see, though, in his attitude on the bike, you called it a couple of times in the commentary, Barry, that he just looked to be gritting his teeth. He made some terrific moves, did Ramdan. Yeah. Congratulations also to Sartak Chavan. Another podium for Sartak, but yeah. He's very happy there, Ramdan. And I think in a moment we can go down. Daniel Bogas will be doing post-race interviews throughout the afternoon. And hopefully he's talking to the top three. Let's go down. Slightly premature in sending down to Intrepid Daniel, but there's some celebrations going on there. And this time we can go down.
So Hiroki Ono, for the first time this season, your unbeaten run has been stopped. Ramdan bested you just at the last turn, but what a battle that was.
Yeah, this was tough, but I enjoyed a lot big battle. So finally, I lost the victory, but this second place, this is important for championship. Congratulations for Ramdan.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Congratulations, fantastic race. And the race winner for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, race 2, Ramdan Rosley. Ramdan, it's been a long time coming. You were second place behind Hiroki for a lot of the season, and this time the race victory with a brilliant last lap, I must say. How was it out there?
I've been thinking for today's strategy signed last night before I was asleep. Because I know I can win race 2, because race 1, yesterday I have the potential to be on the top of the podium. But anyway, today I make it. I want to continue again to next round, because I believe myself. I'm working a lot to lose my weight and fighting with Hiroki. I know it's been very difficult, but anyway, I don't give up. I train a lot to win the race today. And thank you to all my fans, supporters, and also all my sponsors, and to all my family. And I love you, my wife, and my son. See from my house. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramdan. Big congratulations.
Spectacular start to the afternoon of the Asian Road Racing Championships, the Mandalika International Circuit on Lombok. TVS One Make, supposedly just the aperitif for what is to come. Some aperitif, Barry Russell.
Well, wasn't it? This was just a fantastic race from start to finish. It was yesterday too, but the result today would turn out to be a little bit more interesting.
Hiroki Ono, bike number 2, yellow helmet. He's the man to look out for, chasing a 13th straight win. Musike Muhammad, defending champion, he crashed out. But there's so many little stories going on. Young riders like Takehira, number 10, with the experience of Ramdan Rosley, number 4, chasing his first win. And there was a group of 6 for more than half the race here, which is unusual to have such a big pack in TVS.
Yeah, we saw it again yesterday. Encouraging to see the German Rocco Sessler spending most of the race with this group. But here you saw Sartak always close to the front. He dropped back once on one occasion. I think P4, that was the lowest position he took, but he soon grabbed it back. Reached Takehira. A bit unlucky for the young Japanese not to put himself on the podium. Just got a ticking off there from Ramdan.
Yeah, the number 4 was the real story. Sartak Chaban, though, the number 9 in the green helmet, he wasn't far behind either. He made several daring moves on the inside of Hiroki Ono, but each time Ono seemed to have an answer, as he has all season. This was one in the penultimate lap. Sartak Chaban going on the inside, and I think that gave everybody else a little bit of a light bulb moment. He can be taken at 15 and 16.
Yeah, there goes Chiran Vishwanath. Unfortunate for him to crash at the start of the final lap after an otherwise good race.
Got up to finish, and then on to the final exciting part of the race. There was contact there. Ramdan showing his determination. He won't be put off. He won't be brushed aside by Hiroki Ono. Again, he looks around the outside. This is the incredible moment where Ono goes just a little bit wide. Sartak distracts him, and Ramdan goes through to take a first win of the season, and a really popular one, Barry.
Yeah, a really popular one. Everybody inside the paddock knows how hard he's been working at it. That was a combination of grip, determination, and racing brilliance by Ramdan Rosley to take that victory.
Nearly broke our camera as well, but gets closer in the overall championship standings. Right, Sartak Chaban, P3 for him, a 4th podium for the young Indian. P2 for Hiroki Ono. We don't say that too often. In fact, we've not said that over the season. And that is a popular win, a big cheer for Ramdan Rosley. And a little kiss of the podium. Czech sits the number 1, and he will be celebrating having Nagara Coup played for him as much as anybody you can imagine. Terrific work from Ramdan. General Manager TVS Racing will be handing out the prizes. Nagara Coup. Great moment, big smile, bit of a fist bump. Selvaraj Balasubramaniam, the general manager of TVS Racing. He will be there to hand out the prizes. Support staff from TVS, they're always offering advice and help and little tweaks to all of the riders, the experienced ones and the young ones. And they'll be especially pleased, I think, that the Indian racers like Sartak are really competing at this level.
Yeah, he really did compete well. 2 P3s behind 2 very experienced riders this weekend.
Hiroki Ono, 32 years young, strong and fit, but today beaten into second place for the first time this season. The man on the number 1 position is Mohamed Ramdan Rosley from Malaysia. And boy, has he worked hard for that. Ends a run of 5 podiums without a victory. Now he's got that victory.
And a big thank you to Mr. Selvaraj for presenting the winners' trophies.
Reluctant to share the top spot there, wasn't he? The elbows Hiroki off the number 1 place.
Well, he owned that top spot today, that's for sure.
Terrific, and a really good race. What a way to start the day. We had 5 very strong races yesterday. Starts off with a good one here. But the championship leader remains Hiroki Ono. At Sepang next time out, he can theoretically complete the title. He leads by 42 points going into Sepang, round 5, race 9. But Ramdan, 128 points, that's not too shabby in its own right. Sartak, 82 points in third. 64 points for Deki Tiano, just ahead of Rich Takahira and Vorapong Malawan. That's going to be a good battle for P4. And 59 points for Chiran Vishwanath. He's not out of it either. Neither is Ate Kangea with 58 points. So still plenty to race for in this TVS Asia One-Make Championship. Okay, so that is the hors d'oeuvre tastily tucked away. We've got 4 super races coming up. Coming up next, we've got the one everybody looks forward to, the Underbone 150cc. Promise you, it's going to be thrilling. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from the Mandalika circuit in Indonesia. Don't go too far away. Round 4 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the Mandalika circuit in Lombok, Indonesia. We move now onto the Underbone 150cc category, which at the best of times is absolute mayhem. Fantastic entertainment, competitive racing. Can be a little bit dicey sometimes, and we had 6 did-not finishers in race 1 yesterday. So plenty to look forward to. Let's have a look back at the best of the highlights from yesterday's race. Barry Russell alongside me, Des Corcoran. It was chaos from the very start. 25 starters. No Nazrul Izzat Bowdin, who's going to miss both the races this weekend. He's the championship leader. In his absence, though, the remaining 25 put up one hell of a battle.
It was fantastic. It's one of the biggest groups I've ever seen battling for the win in an underbone race, Des, and that's saying something.
So many people. Akid Aziz, bike number 13, was the one we're really looking out for. He's in a rich vein of form in his own domestic Cup 3 championship, which isn't quite the same specs as ARLC, but close enough to think that's it. But the Indonesian racers were there. Ricky Ibrahim, Aditya Fauzi for the Race Tech team. He was in the midst of it all. There were so many changes of lead.
Yeah, just looking at the Murabil, Fahmi Bassam, Galaxy there, Faris Putra Fadil.
I haven't looked back at the race logs, but I'm reckoning there must have been about 15 or 20 change of race. There's Murabil Vitoni. He went out with an engine problem, so that meant he was the only one of the whole race who could not win coming into the final lap.
Yeah, that was quite incredible, but then we did see some attrition on the final lap.
Aditya just correcting himself going into that penultimate lap. But it gets so competitive in there, you've got to find just a little bit of space. And they came down to turn number 10.
Yeah, the wildcard Husni there, he was ever present, the number 143, and there was the big incident. There was one more to come.
Ahmed Afif Amram was a casualty there, and he will miss today's race as a result of going out there. There was a casualty on turn 15 as well. And then for the very first time, almost in commentary, we mentioned Fahmi Bassam. He comes in, he's on the left of that shot there. He takes the inside line, and then is just able to hold off Akid. Akid makes a slight mistake, and that just allows Fahmi Bassam, the young Indonesian, to hold on for the narrowest of victories. Akid Aziz has to be content with P2, but a brilliant performance by Fahmi Bassam to make the victory. Indeed, indeed, it's worth the kiss.
Yeah, that was yesterday. What does it hold today? That was a great recovery from Fahmi because he had to start from P10 after problems in qualifying. But there is the circuit, 4.3 kilometers, 17 turns, only 5 lefts.
15, 16, 17 are the ones that do it for me. It's just so difficult and so many changes there. Okay, right then, amongst the scrum, amongst everybody there, and to maybe talk us about the absentees as well, let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who is amidst that scrum, to get us some pre-race thoughts.
It's final race day time, and we're here on the grid for the Underbone 150. Weather-wise, quite different from yesterday. It's much more humid, it feels a lot more sticky, and not as much wind, so the race is going to be quite different. And missing from action as well is Afif Amran, so speedy recovery to Afif Amran and Nazrul Izzat. But we're going to speak to the very speedy current championship leader, Akid Aziz. Akid, unfortunately, your teammate Afif is not on the grid with this due to an injury. So is the strategy different, or is it going to be the same for you?
Okey, saya rasa strategi dia masih sama. Kita masih memberikan yang terbaik dan saya harap dia cepat sembuh supaya kita lebih fokus untuk race Capri dan race seterusnya.
Thank you so much, Akid. Good luck for this race. So, Akid's little brief there was just that the strategy will be more or less the same, and he's just going to do the best he can. So we're going to take a little bit of a walk down the grid. It's a bit further down. Surprisingly, it's Wahyu Aji. So we expected a really good performance from Wahyu Aji as we've seen before, but this time it's been a bit of a struggle. But the nice thing about Underbones is anything can happen. We had 25 riders in one group, gapped within just under 3 seconds. It was fantastic. So let's grab a quick word with Wahyu Aji. So Wahyu Aji, this round, 3 riders. Is there a strategy that you guys have for the race?
Yeah, in the round 4 is the difficult race for me because I have more trouble. So in race 2, I hope everything is be okay, and then I will be the best.
Thank you so much, Wahyu Aji. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head down a couple of roads. In Guito, who did not have the best of qualifying sessions, but again, like I mentioned, Underbones, it's always a hectic race, and there's always a way to find the front group. And let's have a quick word, John. So John, a bit of a difficult weekend this time round, but anything can happen in Underbones. How do you feel about this race?
For now, I feel excited for my new strategy for this race 2, because last race 1 I have a little bit problem, and it's my fault. But for now, I'm just focusing for the race 2 for my plan.
Awesome, John. We're looking forward to it. Good luck for this race. And we actually have Nazrul Izzat. We're going to try and find him somewhere in the sea of riders. And there he is, Nazrul Izzat, the championship leader during race 1. But unfortunately now, he has to catch up. So Nazrul, could you just give a quick update to your fans on how you're doing right now?
Sekarang saya belum operasi lagi dekat bahu. So nanti saya balik Malaysia, saya akan operate dan saya akan comeback dekat Sepang nanti, insyaAllah.
So Nazrul just mentioned that he hasn't done his collarbone surgery yet, and he'll do that as soon as he gets back to KL, and he's hoping to make it back for Sepang. So thank you, Nazrul. It's good to see you. Speedy recovery to you. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Slight correction. He's not championship leader anymore. He was coming into the weekend, but Akid Aziz picked up 20 points yesterday, so Akid is the new championship leader. Nazrul Izzat is still in contention. If he's back at Sepang, he'll be looking to defend his crown. Right then, let's have a look at front row of the grid. Husni Zainul Fawzi, one of the very, very good wildcards who've been introduced to this underbone competition. They really are causing havoc, all the wildcards here at Mandalika, Barry.
Yeah, they certainly have. And we saw one. Ricky Putra Ricky Ibrahim finish on third yesterday, but Husni Zainul Fawzi was there as well. Unlucky race yesterday for Dimas Juli, went out just before the final turn. He'll be looking for a good result.
Dimas Juli team 1 for all, as you can see, fourth on the grid. He's next to Aditya Fawzi for the Racetech 60. This is the youngster who's really been very, very good. He's normally at the start 2/4, a second, 3/4 and a second, plus a 10th and 11th. It means that Aditya Fawzi is third in the championship standings on 70 points. And alongside him will be Murabul Bitoni. He'll be looking for a better bit of luck than he had yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt he's got a new engine, so hopefully that will hold up for him. There he is. We know his quality, we know his speed. Hoping for a good result today.
Well, the LFM HB 969 Indonesia team, 1 podium so far for Murabil. The Indonesian riders will be looking to take advantage of the fact they are on home soil. It's a long way from Jakarta, a long way from a lot of the islands. It is still Indonesia.
Yeah, 2-hour flight indeed from Jakarta.
What a venue it is, though.
Yeah,
24 starters. 2 Malaysians injured absentees, and 2 very, very good racers are absent. Afif Amran, who won 1 event in Buriram, he's an absentee, and Nazrul Izzat as well.
We were just looking there at Faris Putra Fadil, number 33 for Cardinals Racing. He's the second of 4 teenage pole position holders today, 15 years old. What a talent he is.
He did look slightly nervous on the start, and he didn't score any points yesterday. He did finish, but he was never really in a position to compete for a podium position, although saying that there were 24 other people chasing that exact same slot.
Yeah, he is looking to put that right today. That's what he told me on the pit walk.
There's Akid Aziz, a little hug from his pit crew, the pit bike team. Easy to pick out in old gold. Racetech, 2 very, very good athletes for the Racetech team. Racetech 60, Aditya Fawzi and Wayu Aji Chilaksana. Wayu Aji is a long way down, actually. He's P13, Wayu Aji, in the second of the lime green liveries.
Well, he said he's going to give us a show today. In fact, what he said was he's going to win today. So let's see what he can do. That's a bold prediction to make in this class.
Formation lap for us. A reminder, 222, Fahmi Bassam won yesterday's race. Akid Aziz is the championship leader, but Faris Putra Muhammad Fadil for Cardinals Factory Racing, the Malaysian, on pole, alongside Akid Aziz for Pitts Bike One Way, and Husni Zainul Fawzi for Yamaha LFN HB 969 Indonesia in P3.
And on row 2, we've got Dimas Juli at Moko, DNF yesterday. Aditya Fawzi, P4 yesterday, looking for a podium today, and Murabul Vitoni with a new engine. Unfortunate for him yesterday.
A couple of really strong wildcards. Aldiaz Axel spent a lot of the time at the front for Yamaha Yamalube team in P7. Ricky Ibrahim got on the podium for Yamaha LFN HB 969 alongside another fine Indonesian, Rekyat Yusuf Fadila.
And yesterday's winner, Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN HB 969, starts from 10. Next to him, Gubita Krishna. And outside of him, wildcard for Racetech 60, Hafid Pratamaditya.
Row 5, Wayu Aji Chilaksana, Racetech 60 Racing. Gosh, it's a high quality field this. Rizal Feryadi, he finished, or didn't finish yesterday. Shafiq Rosley, strong Malaysian in P15 for Uma Racing Yamaha.
Very strong row 6 as well. Alif Daniel Azri, next to him, Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Cardinals. And outside of him, the number 22, John Emerson Ingita, winner in China.
Piripong Luboinpeng had an eventful day yesterday, had problems in the formation lap and didn't had a crash as well later on. He's in P19, team 1 for all. Giancarlo Mauricio from Uma Racing Philippines in P20, and Shirat Shauki moves up to P21 for GG Galak Racing team.
And on row 8, Hafiz Farrell Rasiadan for SCK. Next to him, Masato Fernando, looking for a good race today, and outside of him, another decent wildcard, Kiki Sudaman. He was going well yesterday.
Yeah, Kiki didn't finish too far off, I think it was in the top 10 yesterday, Kiki. There were 24 starters, noticeable absentees though, 2 Malaysians, Ahmad Afi Famran, get well soon, and Najul Izzat Bahodin, the defending champion, and then coming into this weekend, the championship leader. But all that does is it gives opportunities to the likes of Akid Aziz, Aditya Fauzi, Fahmi Bassam, who's up into P4 in the championship standings.
That's Fazrul Sham coming up to take his, by his standards, lowly grid position.
But you know at some stage in the race he'll lead.
Yes, he will, yeah.
8 laps of the track. Track temperature 41 degrees centigrade at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. Fares Putra in pole and gets off to a good start. Fares Putra, he takes Akid with him. That is a very, very strong start from an athlete who looked very nervous on the start line. But there he is, leading the way into turn number 1. Long way to go, but that'll calm any nerves he might have had.
Yeah, you're right, Des. That was a perfect start from him, and Akid Aziz also. The relative positions reflecting where they sat on the grid as they go into turn 1. All nice and clean.
He just has to readjust. And with the underbone, you know that it's just a case of staying out of trouble as much as you can, if you possibly can, in such a scrum. And until the final 2 laps, and then put yourself in a position to get some points.
Yeah, Aditya Fauzi looking like a man in a hurry. But,
Fadil took the short circuit.
Yeah, he's going to need to give up some places.
As did Ibrahim.
To avoid a penalty, yes indeed.
Gosh, 4 or 5 right out of shape there. Wow, okay. That just shows how congested it is and how easy it is to get knocked out of your stride, even if you don't want to. Bike 69 is Aldiaz Aksal, one of the good wild cards. They've got a real depth of talent in Indonesia in this underbone championship.
Yeah, LFN have got a real depth of talent as well. One of them is Murabul Vitoni, who's taken the lead after that disappointing engine failure yesterday.
Ahmed Fazrul Sham towards the back at the moment. But the man leading the way is indeed Aldiaz Aksal as they come through to the end of the first of 8 laps. That's young Aditya Fauzi was in the lead. Fadil was there. Our drone shows you how severe that bend is and how little time you've got to adjust to get yourself in position for that left-hand turn. Nice use of the drone. Aditya Fauzi leads from Murabil. Aldiaz Aksal, Fares Putra in 4, Akid Aziz 5, Rekat Yusuf in 6. But everybody safely through.
Yeah, and that was nicely done. Fares Putra Fadil got good drive out of that final turn, which is so important for these low-powered bikes. It's all about momentum, so it's all about the launch you get out of that final turn. Akid Aziz right there with him, as you might expect.
You hit the curbs hard and it shakes the old bones here, particularly on these smaller bikes. But Fadil still leads the way. Akid, well, he's interesting tactics this from Akid Aziz. Yesterday he stayed right at the back of the pack until the final couple of laps. This time he's decided to go out and maybe just make sure he's in that leading group from the early stages.
Yeah, Aditya Fauzi so keen to stay at the front. That's his style. Fahmi Bassam, yesterday's winner, moves through for LFNH Putra.
Familiar purple liveries of the Uma Racing team. And then coming through, 18 is Alif Ashri. 3 from Uma Racing Philippines. 33 Fadil, was in the lead, and now he's in P5.
Yeah, very much par for the course, and that drone shot is a really good one to give you perspective, see how close these riders are. But it is Fahmi Bassam leading from Aditya Fauzi. Got Murabul Vitoni there.
Fahmi Bassam, yesterday's winner, 4th in the championship. In the championship, 83 points for Akid Aziz, bike 13. Najrul Izzat on 77. 70 for 177 Aditya Fauzi and 222 Fahmi Bassam. And they are 1 and 2. Fahmi and Aditya coming across the line with the wildcard Al-Diaz in P3. Top 5 positions belong to Indonesia, Barry.
Yeah, and I think I saw right at the back of that group, so possibly with a problem was Dimas Juli, the Team Montreal. He was clattered out yesterday on the last lap.
You might be right, he's more than 3 seconds down, which is catch-upable, but he is right at the very back. Dimas Juli up Moko, bike 202. See, yeah, he's trailing a little bit at the very, very back there as well. The Race Tech lime green bikes go through. Wayuaji Trilaksana joins Aditya Fauzi.
Yeah, the other one there is as well, Hafid Pratamaditya. He's the second of those 3, I think. Ooh.
How do
And
they
here comes the
squeeze
boss.
through? How do they squeeze through?
Yeah.
Ricky Ibrahim in the yellow was squeezed out.
Yeah, Husni coming through there, the number 143. One of the best of a brilliant bunch of wild cards.
I close my eyes in the commentary box when they try to squeeze 8 into 1. Hopefully they don't. Aditya Fauzi leads the way. Not quite halfway yet. Plenty of jockeying for position.
Dina Hafid is there, and Team Boss, you can see coming around on the outside there, is Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Husni Zainal, the wild card. It's 143 who will have the lead. That is indeed. Husni Zainal will have the lead as we come through the completion of lap 3 of 8. A little roar. Let's keep an eye on Dimas Juli at Moko. To be fair, Dimas Juli looks like he's recovered and he's back amongst the pack. It's Masato Fernando who's right at the very back. Maybe those two are just biding their time. There's Dimas Juli going through. He doesn't look like he's in any real problems on the bike, but he would like to be further up, I suspect.
Yeah, he is such a quick rider, as is Masato Fernando, but we just haven't seen it yet this season. It's a new team.
Akid Aziz decides, okay, he had enough time at the front.
Yeah, what's going on back here? Let's have a look.
It is a familiar tactic for Akid, the championship leader. He's putting in some phenomenal lap times at the Capri Championship in Malaysia, the domestic championship for underbones. Slightly different specs, but similar kind of thing, because the waves look in. And Fahmi Bassam again decides late on in the lap, this is the time to take the lead.
Yeah, in particular, Fahmi Bassam and Aditya Fauzi look most comfortable when they're fighting at the front. A grin from Nazrul. I wonder what that meant. At least he's still smiling.
Well, he's probably just happy it's so competitive, because it means that the likes of Akid are going to find it very difficult to pick up a big number of points.
Yeah, probably just happy to see a kid at the back for now.
Sepang and Buriram to complete the season after Mandalika. A lot of work to do here, though, in Mandalika. That's Masato Fernando right at the very back, a former Filipino champion. Got a private team which has got him back in the ARRC. It's Fahmi Bassam leading the way. We hardly mentioned Fahmi until he crossed the line first yesterday. Today, he's decided to be leading at the halfway stage.
Yeah, and Husni still there. Giancarlo Maurizio there. First time we've given him a shout, though he's never been very far behind.
Back number 27. Philippines. They've had been able to celebrate a victory for the Philippines this season. 70 is Siraj Shauki. Now really cool racing suit.
Yeah, John Emerson Ngito is back there.
Mayoaji Chiliksana, 60, former champion. Getting in amongst the mix.
Yeah, the wild card for Race Tech 60. Abid Pratamaditya also making his presence felt at the front.
And all at the front, Barry. That's an easy call to make. Yeah, as they come through. Murabil. Okay, Murabil. Let's hope that his engine can hold up this time. Here's a new one. Would not be nice if it was to strike twice for him. Murabil Bitoni. 5th in the championship standings. He could use some big points. He's got 56 so far. If he could pick up a 20 or a 25 here, it could propel him back into championship contention. 27 is Giancarlo Maurizio.
Yeah, he's got Murabil Vitoni right there with him. And then it's the ever-present near the front, Aditya with him. Saw him for the first time in this round last year.
Giancarlo Maurizio, Milma Racing Yamaha Philippines, leads the way. Do like this ending to this circuit, that corner 15 into 16 and this sharp left into 17. Yeah, 32 goes through. Rekat Yusuf Fadila. It's Murabil from Husni, from Giancarlo, from Ricky Ibrahim, from Shirad Shauki, from Aditya, from Aldiaz. 4 wildcards in the top 7, Barry.
Yeah, no surprise really. And I think there might be maybe 5 wildcards in the top group there, but anyway.
Yeah, Hafid's in there as well. You're quite right, yes.
You can never finish a sentence anyway without everything changing. But Ricky Ibrahim also there.
Fauzi in the lime green leads the way. Oh, he did, no.
You were right, Des.
I looked down. That was my mistake.
Yeah.
2.3 seconds separate 1 from 24. Fernando at the back where he has been, as is Akid Aziz. They're still holding on. Not time to make a move just yet, but once we go with 2 laps to go, that's I think when we can expect the likes of Akid, Gupita Kreshna, Faraz Putra to maybe make a move.
Yeah. Aldiaz Axel making his presence felt as well.
Was that Giancarlo?
No, I think that was Alif Daniel.
Okay. Tough for Alif. And it looked to be an engine problem rather than just being forced out wide. 127 leads Ricky Ibrahim, who isn't a wild card, he's a replacement rider, my apologies, but he is leading the way at the moment. He got a podium position yesterday.
Yeah, a bid for Race Tech 60, right up there now. A bid increasingly the best of the 3 Race Tech 60 machines. The boss is still somewhere near the back of that group.
Okay, now is the time to see who is going to make a move. Murabil Vitoni, 157, moves in there. Ricky Ibrahim has a little look at the front as well, as does Shirad Shauki.
Yeah, Shirad has been really good this weekend.
I just saw Akid begin to make a move from back to front, but it's 70 Shirad Shauki who is leading the way, was leading the way. He's caught up.
Now then, let's see who we can spot coming through here. We are, of course, looking for the number 13 machine of Akid, given the championship position.
It's so difficult to make your way through. Akid is right at the back at the moment, is he? Yeah, I think he is. Fernando is there. If he is going to make a move, Akid Aziz, he's going to have to make it pretty soon.
Oh, and that.
First time we've seen the pink livery.
Yeah. Oh, hand up there. That was Aldiaz.
Down the TBS corner.
Ricky Ibrahim trying to make a break. Sorry, Des.
Yeah, Ibrahim, I was going to say exactly those words. Ibrahim, but you don't make a break here because behind you the posse will just gather and gather. It's Akid Aziz that I'm really looking for. Mike number 13. We're on board here. On board with Dimas Juli Abmoko. So he's, as we said, he's back in the thick of things. 32 is Rekat Yusuf Fadila. But it's Shirat Chowki who goes into the corner. And we now go into the final lap, and it is the wildcard Shirat who's made a heck of a move, and that is a gargantuan lead.
Oh, and that's Ricky.
One of the 969, Ricky Ibrahim.
Unfortunate, he was third yesterday. But now we're looking at Shirat.
Well, amidst all of that, oh, it's a fall, isn't it? He's just caught and he's frustrated with himself. He's got to keep your nerve again that time.
Easily done, yeah, and that was Hafid, and I'm not sure who the other rider was.
Standing up, but look at this, trying to make a break for it. Here's Shirat Chowki.
Rizal looking good, the wild card, the high-vis yellow.
Somebody took a shortcut. No sign of Akid Aziz as yet. 143 is making a move.
Husni is there, Kiki Suderman is there.
Slides
out.
That's 69. That's Aldiaz Axal. So as it gets really, really tense, one or two mistakes happening in the pack. Akid Aziz has now made his move. Akid Aziz moves into the top 5. He is chasing the lime green, but has he left it just a little bit too late? Bike 178, Kiki Suderman has the lead. There is Akid Aziz, your championship leader.
He's got Aditya in front of him.
143, Husni has the inside line. Is he strong enough to hold on to it? Akid comes around the outside. It's going to be a long way round. 2 are taken out, including the former leader. And after all of that, 143, Husni Zainal is possibly able to hold on, and it's the finish on the line. Akid Aziz,
can you believe it?
To take the victory.
Incredible exit from the final turn there from Akid Aziz. He must have got that absolutely perfectly, because it did look as though Husni had that. Wow.
You won't be surprised to hear that the race result is under a photo finish. Race direction looking to that, but Akid Aziz, he got the drive out of the final corner. He avoided the mayhem, he avoided the fallers inside of him. Husni Zainal P2, Murabil Vitoni, good podium for him in P3. Aditya Fauzi, useful points for him. John Emerson and Gito put in a fine charge as well, but wow, what a result and what a performance for Akid Aziz. We know he's in form, but that was phenomenal.
P2 and a P1. So almost the worst that could have happened to Nazarul has happened this weekend. His main championship rival has collected 45 points. There he is. Gold-coloured bike, pink helmet. Congratulations from John Emerson.
Murabil Vitoni picking up useful points as well. Aditya Fauzi picking up another 13 points. How did Gupita Krishna do? Gupita was a long way down, no points for Gupita. So Akid and Aditya have leapfrogged Nazrul Izzat in the championship standings. But otherwise the damage hasn't been as severe as it might have been for Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, I'm looking just a couple of places down in the championship. 2 P4s this weekend for Aditya. But what a brilliantly judged win. I'm just not sure how you can come from the back of the group in less than 2 laps and then just tear through for the win.
Well, it was even the last lap, because he was trailing down in P18 or P19 coming into the final 4.3 kilometre circuit. Just remarkable. Akid Aziz. When your confidence is high, you believe anything is possible.
Yeah, definite swing in the championship fortunes this weekend. Swing in the wrong direction for Nazarul, and a swing very much in the right direction for the number 13, Akid Aziz, for Pitspike One Way JRT Tech 2. And a good result today for Murabil Vitoni. Pleased to see him on the podium after that engine failure yesterday. He's made up for that. We know his quality too. But it's the Malaysian that triumphs over a whole host of brilliant Indonesian riders.
Great race. Again, a great race. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Akid Aziz takes it. Look at that. 100th of a second clear of Husni Zainal Fauzi. Murabil Vitoni, 1/10 down, 2/10 down. Aditya Fauzi, who's just 200ths bit faster than John Emerson Ngito. Jared Shauki, brave effort by the GG Galak racer for P6. Fahmi Bassam, good weekend for Fahmi. Rank 222, a win yesterday, adds 9 points today. Half a second down. Shafi Grosley, again Mr. Consistent for Uma Racing in P8. Rekat Yusuf will pick up 7 points for SCK Honda Racing Team. Less than a second separating 1 from 10. Wayu Aji Trilaksana for Race Tech 60. And that's not a good return for Wayu Aji. Giancarlo Maurizio in P11. Faris Putra in 12. Hafid Pratamaditya for Race Tech Racing in 13. Dimas Julie picks up 2 points. And Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who didn't take the lead for once for Cardinals Racing in P15. Carrying good on, Piraponglu Boinpeng, team 1 for all, out of the points. Gupita out of the points. Hafiz out of the points. Fernando out of the points. Kiki Suderman, who led at one stage in the final lap, out of the points. Rizal Faryadi and Aldiaz, he crashed out, but got up to cross the finishing line, 11 seconds down. Ricky Ibrahim, 2 laps down, he crashed out, as did Alif Ajri. Breathless stuff, and I think we can go straight down amongst the waves and amongst the crowd to talk to Daniel Bogas to get some post-race reaction.
Murabil, it's a great podium for you. And what a last lap battle that was. Great move. How do you feel about that race?
Ya, untuk perjalanan tadi saya awal-awal lap ngikut rombongan dan di last lap tadi saya berusaha memaksa di air terakhir, namun ada sedikit kendala. Ya syukur alhamdulillah bisa podium 3 di race 2 ini. Ya terbalaslah dendamnya kemarin race 1. Ya pokoknya terima kasih banyak buat Bos Putra, udah support Robi dan sudah meyakini Robi. Kedepannya Robi akan memberi yang terbaik lagi. Terima kasih.
Congratulations, Murabil. Quick translation, that was a tough, difficult last lap, a lot of incidences, and a big thank you to the Boston sponsors for this podium. Congratulations, Murabil. And in second place, we have Husni Zainal Fauzi. You see on the podium this time with Elephant H. Putra as well. So Husni, it was, as always, on the board, a crazy battle in the last lap from the start till the finish. How was that race?
Ya, terutama saya mengucapkan alhamdulillah, puji syukur kepada Tuhan yang kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan tim, istri saya, orang tua saya yang sudah mendoakan dan tim yang sudah bekerja keras. Ya untuk tadi race sangat-sangat menurut Alpi gila lah. Di last lap itu benar-benar pertarungan yang sangat gila. Dan ya alhamdulillah Alpi pas finish tadi sebenarnya tipis sama yang Akid ini tipis banget finishnya, ya alhamdulillah bersyukur banget.
Congratulations, Husni. Quick translation for that. It was a big thank you to the team for working so hard. And he said, as usual, there was a crazy, crazy race. And yeah, tiny margin between him and Akid. And speaking of Akid, the winner of race 2, Akid, you were once again at the back of the pack, and then you found your way in the last lap, just creeping through. And what a brilliant move on the last lap, last turn. How was it?
Okey, untuk perlombaan ni saya rasa memang alhamdulillah kita bersyukur sebab bukan satu benda senang untuk nak menang nak podium ni, memang sukar lah bagi saya. Dan saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada tim saya, kru mekanik, memang mereka kerja keras, supporter dan family saya. Lepas tu untuk perlombaan ni memang bukan satu dalam jangkaan saya, tapi rezeki kita memang alhamdulillah bersyukur.
Congratulations, Akid. Quick translation, so he's just saying that it's been a tough one to find a victory, and now it's finally arrived. And he's thankful to the team, thankful to all the supporters. Congratulations, Akid.
Underbone racing really is the most remarkable of sports. You have 24 people on the start line at the start of the 8-lap race. and you're no nearer knowing who's going to win the race by the end of the final corner. Barry Russell, discuss.
Well, it was the same story as we see, but they entertained us all the way through, chopping and changing, barging and boring. It was just another fantastic race. Fahmi Bassam, yesterday's winner, he was there wanting to lead from the front. Adichie was trying to stay at the front too.
It really is. How do you work out a tactical plan here? Akid, yesterday we saw him stay at the very back right the way until the final 2 laps. Today he went out fairly quickly, was in the front for the first 3 laps, then dropped right the way to the very back. So tactics are just keep yourself safe until the final 2 laps.
Well, I think so. That's why I smiled when on the grid John Emerson Ngito said he had a strategy he wanted to try out. So, well, good luck with that, my friend.
Well, it wasn't too bad. He picked up a P5, John Emerson Ngito, but just look at the contact that is so frequently in there. Husni Zainal Fauzi, bike 143, had a lot of fun times at the front. Ricky Ibrahim as well at the front. And Giancarlo Maurizio, bike 27. I think at some stage we must have had about 12 different race leaders. That's how congested it becomes. One mistake and you crash out.
Yep, that was one of the LFNs.
Ibrahim, I think that was. There's another spins out under pressure. That's Al Diaz. That was on the final lap.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Al Diaz, but didn't make it today.
But there's the man to look for. Bike number 13 came through from nowhere. He does really well to avoid a distraction here, because a couple of riders go out just coming into the final couple of corners. But Akid Aziz, you would not back him to win from here.
No, he just came from halfway, it seemed like halfway down the field as they got into turn 15.
Avoids it, and then somehow takes a really impossible line and accelerates through. That's not a toe, that's sheer acceleration. And comes through, and on that little rise up the hill, Akid Aziz accelerates to take a remarkable victory.
Yeah, big shout for Husni. Been a great weekend for him. He's definitely the wild card of the weekend for Underbone 150s.
Yeah, 10 points yesterday, 20 today. Yeah.
Exactly, and he qualified 3rd. So, I mean, we look for who's going to turn up next in the ARRC Underbones as a regular rider. Last year, Adichie Fauzi came through from this round to earn himself a regular ride. Put your money on Husni Zainal Fauzi for this year.
Right, so we go to the podium position. Murabil Vitoni. For Murabil, it is a 2nd podium after a couple of tough times. He did not finish and a P14 in his last 2 races. Now this is 2nd podium. We expect Murabil to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, out of a brilliant bunch of riders, he is one of the best in that LFN garage.
There's Husni you were just talking about. Tall boy, tall lad.
Yeah, impressive. He looks more 600 size, doesn't he? But he doesn't. Akid Aziz, perfect for Underbones.
His form here is terrific. 1st, 2nd, 1st in his last 3 races. He will enjoy the national anthem, as will his team. Presentations for this will be handed out by Stefan Krapier, the FIM Asia president. As usual, it's great that FIM are so supportive. Need the sanctions from FIM, but it's good that they are present here as well to witness the fabulous racing that we get routinely.
Absolutely, and good that Maki was able to get across from the Philippines, given the weather.
That's true, yes. Murabil Bitoni, a good P3 for Murabil. Second podium of the season, moves him up into 5th place in the championship standings. Husni Zainal Fauti, although he's a wild card today, it is his 4th race of the season, but it's his best result. He raced in Buriram. But your winner, how about this run of form for Akid Aziz? In Zhuhai, 3rd, then the rain came, so no result. In Motegi, 7th and 1st, here, 2nd and 1st. 4 podiums in the last 5 races, and before that a P4 in race 2 in Buriram.
Yeah, he is the form rider.
Mr. Lalugita Ariadi, the regional secretary of West Nusa Tenggara province, hands out the team award to Pitspike, and he joins for the happy smiley photos. Pitspike one-way JRT Tech 2 racing team. Give them their full official moniker. Akid Aziz very, very proudly sits at number 1.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Stephen, and also Mr. Lalugita
And vice versa.
Yes. So the old gold and black of Akid Aziz. No teammate to help him today. Who needs teammates when you've got the ability to finish as he did? Championship standings for you. For Akid, it's a wonderful weekend. It's a 45-point weekend, and it means he takes a 25-point lead into Sepang. Aditya Fauzi is 2nd on 83. Fahmi Bassam has leapfrogged Nazrul Izzat Bahudim. 79 for Fahmi, 77 for Nazrul Izzat, 31 points to make up in the final 4 races of the season. Murabil on 65, Gupita Krishna on 56, Wayu Aji 47, Giancarlo Maurizio on 42. That is a high caliber field of races. Okay, after the breathlessness of Underboom, we've got more breathlessness coming up. The Asia Production 250cc was pretty sensational. Yes, they were expecting something similar today. That will be race 3 of 5 of the afternoon here at the Mandalika circuit. The crowd are enjoying it. Hope you are enjoying it at home wherever you're watching. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're back after the break with the AP 250s.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
we are in Lombok, Indonesia, for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit, to be absolutely precise. And it's given us really, really good racing all the way through. 5 very close races yesterday, 2 excellent races already, and we're expecting something very similar in race number 3, the AP250. Barry Russell alongside me in the commentary box, and Barry, this thankfully didn't produce an Astra Honda runaway victory, and that's really opened the championship yesterday.
Yeah, the 2 Astra Honda riders were down in 6th and 7th yesterday, which is something I can't ever remember saying.
Here are the best of the action. We thought the news was going to be made by Irfan Haikal, a 16-year-old who got on his very, very first pole position. However, as this race went on, so many news stories came through, and it wasn't a youngster who really got us all thrilled. It was one of the veterans. This is after Nyan Ton Ampu had gone out early. But bike 222, Ray Ratukore, he has been a popular figure on the ARRC. And although you're not meant to have favourites in road racing, Ray Ratukore bike 222 has become a favourite of ours, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he has just a bit. It's just the story of he comes back, he does it all himself, he puts the teams together, he probably drives the van, he probably sleeps in the van.
In the midst of all the mayhem going on in the AP250s, there were riders dropping out here and there in what was a really competitive race. Astra Honda being so strong. Irfan Haikal had got on pole position, but then it was the Yamahas that pushed us all the way. Bike 36, Fairozi, after injury, he came back and was pressing at the front. Araya Gasca, he's the local Lombokian, he was pressing at the front. In fact, coming with 2 laps to go, Araya Gasca looked very much likely to go on and take the victory.
Yeah, and so did another of our old friends there. That was a problem there for Irfan Haikal, which kept him out of the top bunch.
But then the Ratukore story comes in. Bike 222. There he is, just sneaking out into P3 at the moment. We didn't really believe that he was going to do it, but he had the determination about him. There he takes the lead on the final lap. And despite the concerned looks in his pit lane, Ratukore would go on and somehow battle his way to take the victory.
Yeah, Ferozi coming back from that broken leg, looking really determined. He missed Motegi in round 3, and look at Cal Vietnam coming through in the red on the outside of those 2 Indonesian Yamahas.
But it was Ratukore who got himself a little bit of space. Cal Vietnam picking up his 2nd podium of the season. He's had a win, and now he'll have a P2. Just had to stand up a little bit. That seemed to help Ratukore, who was able to go away and race away. Bike 222, Ray Ratukore on the Yamaha in the AP250. A popular win for him, and a popular P2 for Cal Vietnam. Forget about the youngsters. It's a great story of a gnarly old veteran getting the win.
Yep, and a comeback from injury from Ferozi as well, which is also really good to see. Heartwarming stuff.
There's the circuit that they have to work on. 15, 16 and 17 are the corners that really catch my eye, Barry.
Yeah, they do. But the other ones are nice because they flow so well. You've got double apexes, you've got a couple of crests, you've got overtaking points, especially at turn 10, and especially the final complex. We're ready to go to Daniel, who's down on the grid.
It's a very warm grid right now for the AP250 race 2. Barely any wind, and if you look right up, there are some possibly threatening looking dark clouds, but for now, the weather is perfectly dry. And let's talk to race winner, Ray Ratukore. So Ray, what a fantastic victory it was for you yesterday. And today you get to do it all over again. How are you feeling?
Today, I think same like yesterday. I won from start. I push until the checker flag, and then I won the get podium today.
Awesome, we're looking forward to it. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go to P15, where we have Irfan Ardiansyah, another one who really fought hard in yesterday's race. So Irfan, we've seen this team before, but in a different championship, and this is a debut in ARC. Are we going to see this bike in the next round?
Maybe yes, but of course I just ride here, but I don't know for the next round. So yeah, just waiting for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to make our way to row 3, where we're going to try and have a chat with one of the fast Bunsiu riders, Sharvudin Azman, who had a decent run up into the top group. But and we're gonna try and grab a word with the ex-Moto3 rider, Sharifuddin Azman. So, Sharifuddin Azman, it's been a tough weekend for Bunsu, but we've seen the specks of brilliance from you and Irfan. How are you feeling about this race this weekend?
I'm feeling good, and I'm ready for race 2. So yesterday is yesterday, today is today. We wait. Thank you.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck to you. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Good work down on the circuit, and the weather warning as well. We are on an island. The clouds have been skirting around the island most of the day, so we'll keep an eye on the weather. No rain so far, that's the good news. Irfan Haikal, he was the big story yesterday, but didn't quite produce as he hoped, but what a talent this kid is.
Yep, another one of the getting good luck there from Azroy, who won the Supersport 600 race yesterday. Spoiler alert. But Irfan Haikal looking for a good result today. Needs to convert that pole position.
Kandra Hermawan alongside him for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He is indeed a wild card. And Kandra, the wild cards have been a bit of a spoiler so far. They can really upset the apple cart in terms of where the championship standings are. Farosi, though, after an injury which saw him miss Motegi, the 2 race in Motegi, delighted to say he is back and fit and on the podium yesterday, Barry.
Yeah, it was really good to see. That was a podium full of stories. Just in the background there was the speed block red and white graphic of Yamaha with Irfan Ardiancia on board that Yamaha. He featured yesterday, faded later on. So that when the 3-minute board goes up, the teams and the, I was going to say hangers on, oh I just did, have to leave the grid.
In the nicest possible way.
Yes. That is 56, we're looking straight throughout there. That is Irfan. The 37, Kawasaki, belongs to Aiki Iyoshi. And there is the 46 of many people's championship favourite, Herjan Atnafjordhaus for Astra Honda. He won both races here last year. He was just 6th yesterday.
The championship leader is Kiandra, bike 212 on the extreme left of that picture. But the Astra Honda, they struggled just a little bit yesterday. Not awfully, they came 6th and 7th, so they picked up very, very useful points. But Kiandra leads the championship from Herjan Atna, his teammate, 91 and 86 points. Araya Gaska, 73. Sharifuddin Azman, who we spoke about, a nice quiet 63. Oh, and there's a problem there. A problem on the line for bike 17, Mohsin Parabam. Can they get him going? Idemitsu Honda India team.
That doesn't look good. He's taking his gloves and helmet off. I'm not sure why he's doing that. Unless one of the marshals spotted that his helmet wasn't fastened correctly, we will see.
Right, Irfan Haikal, Idemitsu Bunchu Honda, the 16-year-old on his first ever pole. Can he make it worthwhile? Kandra Hermawan, Yamaha Racing Indonesia wildcard in P2. Muhammad Fairozi Torkatullah from Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 3rd yesterday, 3rd on the row.
Row 2, led by Galanghendra Pratama. Next to him, Aiki Iyoshi. For Motul Sniper, Manual Tech and Kiandra Ramadeepa. As you said, Des, championship leader starts 6th.
P7, Sharifuddin Azman, Idemitsu Bunchu Honda Racing. Herjan Atnafjordhaus, 2nd in the championship. Astra Honda Racing on P8. Cal Vietnam, 2nd yesterday. Honda Racing Vietnam, he will be a challenger as well.
On row 4, Araya Gaska finished 4th yesterday. He starts 10th today. Next to him, Warwick Tongnapakun and Piowat Patumyos, both of East NJT Racing Team.
Row 5, Mohamed Diandra Trihardika, Motul Sniper Mantech on the Kawasaki. Nyun Tom Ampu, who went out early yesterday for Honda Racing Vietnam P14. Irfan Ardianta on the SCK Honda Racing Team bike. Good to see him back in the ARRC.
And yesterday's race winner, Ray Ratakuri, starts 16th. 17th, Yoon Hutri is next to him, and Alfonsi Daguigan for SDG Team Hawk Pro next to him.
Ramaputra, a wild card for the MS Glow for Men Racing Team. He's on the Honda in P19. Gao Diang crashed out yesterday for Team One for All on P20, P21. Mohsin Paravan, we hope anyway, for Idemitsu Honda Racing India.
from the Philippines, Freya Scuba starts, Marco Scuba starts 22nd. Next to him, Wang Jiadong for Victor Racing Team. Watcher Intup Timon for East NJT starts 24th.
And row 9, Shun Zhenjiang for TY Antares Racing Team. Good luck to them, hope they can improve on their times. Yong Nangtse from Victor Racing Team as well from Hong Kong. And Kevin Sama Kintal, Idemitsu Honda Racing India. We'll be hoping that 27 is not representative of his form in race 2. Right, did Mohsin Parabam get back? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, we need to look a little bit further back to find him. Got mechanical problems, but here we go.
Right, we look at the red lights. The drone is waiting to start at the same time as the bikes. 10 laps of the track, and that's a fine start right from the middle by Kandra. Kandra's got away absolutely beautifully, slightly slower for Irfan Heikel. Once again, bike number 41 not able to take advantage of his fine qualification, and he's been swallowed up by the pack, although he's recovered to be P3, Irfan Heikel, going into the first.
Yeah, good start from Galang Hendra as well on the Yamaha, the wild card. Oh, very good start.
Brilliant start indeed. Galang Hendra racing from P4 to P1. He started off very well yesterday as well before he faded quite significantly, Galang Hendra.
Yeah, he's got Kandra, yeah, sorry Des, he's got Kandra behind him. I saw one of the East NJT bikes, I think it was Warwick coming up through from a good start as well.
Galang Hendra takes a nice tight line outside of him. Araya Gasker is there. No, that's Kandra once again. Rafudin Azman in the mix up at the front as well.
Irfan Heikel has started well. He's launched from pole position. He's well placed in P3 at the moment.
And the Kawasaki, we're delighted to say, Iki Ayoshi. And we have a soft spot, I think, for the Kawasaki's.
Yeah.
That was Warwick. You mentioned the East NJT team. There he is, Warwick, in shot. Through sector 2, the fastest man was actually Aiki Ayoshi.
Yeah, this is a really good first lap from Galang. He goes quite wide there.
They come round turn 17, and first of 10 laps is completed. And the man who is in the lead is Galang Hendra, who's been there since the first corner, ahead of Kandra, Irfan Feichel, Fairozi, Araya Gasker 38, Sharafuddin Azman 63, and Ayoshi 1 second between P1 and P8. Mohsin Paraban, I'm delighted to say, did get on the circuit, but is a long way back, 14 seconds down.
Yeah, that was an interesting tussle along the home straight there. But Galang Hendra managed to hold on to his advantage.
Irfan Ardiansa quick through sector 1. Irfan is down in P13 at the moment for SCK Honda Racing. Trying to get up with that leading group. It's still Galang Hendra who's got the lead. I love the variety of lines that you can take coming into this sharp right.
Yeah, Galang looks really confident, doesn't he, in the lead? Well, that takes confidence to look behind. Might not be the best idea when you've got 2 Indonesian Yamahas behind you.
Galang is there, 36 right behind him is Fairozi Torkatullah.
And we've got just behind them Piawat and Warwick of East NJT.
Cal Vietnam, 65 as well. Sharafuddin Azman, did I see 63? Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
He's always there or thereabouts, Sharafuddin. But Galang Hendra has been leading from a very good start. 1.5 laps in. He's got the experience, he knows how to win races. We just haven't seen a huge amount of it.
Yeah, a good shot there of the Kawasaki. We can't hear it because it does scream, but there's the rumble of those 2 cylinders that drowns it out. Again, Galang switches from the inside to the outside before turn 1. He's still got those 3 Indonesian Yamahas behind him, and Irfan Heikel doing a good job just a few bike lengths back.
All right, Gaska posting the fastest time so far, a 1:47.5. Only 3 racers in the 1:47s, one of whom is Irfan Ardiantia, who's going very quickly. He's made up a little bit of ground. He's in P11, in P10 by 2:22. Yesterday's race winner, Ray Ratukore. We just saw him at the back of the screen there.
Yeah, Aiki Iyoshi still in touch with this group too. See, very different bike riding style from Aiki Iyoshi. You can see the power of that Kawasaki if you're watching that green speck going through.
Snake hips there from Araya Gaska. He will have ridden this circuit as much as anybody, probably as much as anybody in the world. He will have been excited when he saw the building was first started and when they were planning it. There's the Kawasaki. Oh, we've got our first casualty.
Yeah, that's Rayara Scuba. He's out. Good looking bike, but it's not going to be taking part anymore. All right, at the front from Kandra.
Yamaha, 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 Yamaha. There's Irfan Heikel. Irfan is hanging on in there, so Irfan is being, well, he was competitive yesterday. He just lost it late on, did Irfan Heikel. He'll be hoping to translate a fast qualification into the lead, and there is the championship leader, Kiandra Ramadeepa. Wonderful talent, young Indonesian for Astra Honda Racing, and he's in the mix there, as is Herjan Adna. But they are 10th and 7th and 10th respectively.
Yeah, that was a good run down the straight, which indicates good exit from turn 17 for Araya Gaska.
Yamahas are loving it at this AP 250. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And Ray Ratukore, saw 222, not in this group here, but Ray Ratukore has got to the front of the next group. Back in P5, well, he's P7 at the moment. He's just lost a couple of places, but Ratukore, middle of your screen, 222, yesterday's race winner. He could get a win double, could he, Barry Russell?
I really doubt it. We all love a good romantic Rocky type story, but honestly I doubt it. These factory supported Indonesian Yamahas are looking good. So is Galang Hendra, we know his quality.
Araya Gaska was 38. There's the Kawasaki of Ayoshi, doing his best to keep up with those fast Yamahas. Also in there, tell you what, I knew he would be very, very quick, but Irfan Ardiantia, he's got to the front of that group as well. Good to see Irfan. He was very, very reluctant to talk about next season, but that is SCK Honda. He's doing very nicely in P5.
Yep, the Indonesian gelling well with the Malaysian team, SCK. Araya Gaska looks comfortable at the front. Aiki Iyoshi looking strong too. He finished 9th yesterday, within 2 seconds of the winner.
This is building up very, very nicely. Thank you very much. 38 leads the way. Araya Gaska Dibani Laksana on the Yamaha. Ferozi Torikatula's in the mix there as well. Bike number 36, Galang Hendra is the meat in that sandwich. Although Kandra Hemawan is adding a little bit of jam to it. Jam and meat? No. You know what I mean. Irfan Ardiantia, look at him in the orange livery. He is looking very, very quick. He's got the fastest top speed of 187 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, and a very fast lap too, Des. 147.378.
And not many are in the 147s, and he's in the low 147s.
Oh,
out.
And that's the end of the race for Alfonsi de Guigan. We didn't see what happened there, whether it was an overshoot or a mechanical problem, but back at the front, Galang Hendra is still threatening. Araya Gaska still leading.
Lovely train, lovely train. I'm liking this. 21 also in the mix. Diandra Trihardika on the second of the Kawasaki's. Local Indonesian, there's the first of them, Iyoshi. He's chasing, Iyoshi is chasing Irfan Ardiantia, 2 veterans of the Asian Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, they know each other well from different manufacturers. That's the Motor Sniper Manual Tech crew looking on. Yeah, and just a reminder there, Kiandra and Hergen have RPM cuts. They are designed to even out the competition. So those two riders working hard in that group, but Kiandra doing really well.
What's an RPM cut? Moves into P4, beautifully does, perfectly timed.
I think that was a bit of a commentator's blessing, Des.
It certainly was, just as we're giving him an excuse not to be in the top 4. He moves into the top 4. He really is a talented kid. 63, Sharafuddin Azman. Not a kid anymore, but a real talent who's proven it on the world stage.
Yeah, Ferozi, who often is the fastest of the Indonesian Yamaha riders. He's just moved himself to the front. Yes, he has. The 36 is Ferozi, the 38 is Arai, and the 56 is Galang Hendra as they spread out.
The fact that this is so competitive is a tribute to the men behind the scenes, the ones who make the rules, because the Kawasaki's are competitive, the Yamahas, although they're leading the way, the Hondas are coming in strong, and Astra Honda aren't running away with things, and so things are tweaked behind the scenes, which make this a very, very fair competition.
It is very well put together regulations, helped by all sorts of technology, including A-Racer, who supplied the ECUs.
And it's Arai Agaska who has the lead. Sharafuddin's there. There's Irfan on the Honda. Strange to see him in those colours, but...
It is, yeah, especially without the pink helmet as well.
Yes, indeed. But those colours seem to suit him. There he is in P6 at the moment. Lovely overhead shot as we're following them through. 2-1-2 is the championship leader, Kiandra. He has 91 points, a 5-point lead, but it's Arai Agaska who leads by 0.3 of a second from Ferozi, from Kiandra in P3. As we see the casualties now chasing his bike back into the pits. Kiandra looking not only to secure a podium, but looking to secure a victory. He's had 2 so far this season.
Yeah, both at Motegi. That was such an impressive weekend for him.
And there indeed, he takes the lead for the very, very first time. That is an impressive little bit of racecraft there, because he started off a little bit sluggishly towards the back. He's slowly but surely made his way up towards the front. And 46 as well, Hergen Atner, he's also in that little group as well. So Astra Honda have clearly worked upon a race strategy here.
Yeah, and there is Ray Ratakuri in the multicoloured leathers.
So Kiandra leads the way. Kiandra Ramadipa, teenager, but with a very mature head on those shoulders. Arai Agaska is part of that leading group. Ferozi looking for another podium, but at the moment they are chasing the teenager.
All the way through this race, Des, those 3 Indonesian Yamahas have been running very close together. There's a bit of nervousness probably in that Yamaha garage.
Galang Hendra there as well. His brother did well on the world stage yesterday. Galang Hendra, no doubt motivated by Aldi Satya's success. Aldi was a name who made his name on the Asian Road Racing Championship. Kiandra Ramadipa leads 100th, 900th clear of Ferozi. Kiandra, Arai Agaska, Galang Hendra, Hergen Atner, Irfan Ardiansa, Sharafuddin holding on there. Ray Ratukore at the back of that group as well.
Yeah, Hergen eased himself nicely up a position into P5 as they came into turn 1.
This is bubbling up beautifully. Gotta say, the racecraft of the Astra Honda team has been an impressive part so far, but there's still 2.5 laps to go. Kiandra looks on the outside, tries to go the long way round, successfully does it. Takes a lovely, lovely line through that long chicane.
And with a rev cut, that's looking really good for Kiandra, isn't it?
And Hergen Atner moves through as well. 46 moves through into P3. Irfan Ardiansa tries to join him as well, but he's just eased out of it by Kiandra on the Yamaha. Well, we said it's the Yamaha show, but those Hondas are making a real show of it now. 1 and 3 for Astra Honda. And the Kawasaki have Yoshi looking to get into the party as well. Oh, Barry Russell, this is storming stuff.
Yeah, that would be wonderful stuff. See 3 different manufacturers on the podium. A bit of a dream perhaps, but Aiki Yoshi coming up on yesterday's winner there. Ray Ratakuri, he's got Irfan Ardiansya, number 16, inside of him. Interesting line there, going out very wide, Aiki Yoshi.
But it's the championship leader, Kiandra Ramadeepa, who will lead going over the start-finish line, coming into the penultimate lap. Kiandra, the teenager. What a performance so far. Fairozi is there, Herjan is there, Arai is there. The Yamahas 36 and 38.
And Ray Ratakuri is there, Des.
Certainly is, 2-2-2.
He's such a naughty boy. Let's see what he can do amongst these factory-supported riders.
There he is in P5 at the moment. Still a long way to go. Still 8 kilometers plus to go. There's the Kawasaki of Yoshi. Galang Hendra still not out of the mix. Sharafuddin Azman as well, not a million miles away. Irfan Heikel hasn't been able to really influence things at the front.
Yeah, the Kawasaki of Aiki Yoshi grabs a place from Galang.
Ramadeepa has the lead. 38 is Araya Gaska, the local Lomblokian. Ooh, nearly squeezed out there was Ayoshi. He held his line though, as he had every right to.
Yeah, he needs to as well. They need corner speed because that Kawasaki doesn't come out of the bends as well as the twin-cylinder Hondas and Yamahas do.
Ramadeepa went slightly wide there. That cost him a lot of time. Well, not a lot, it cost him a place anyway. But he's recovered it quite successfully.
This is such an intriguing battle.
Yamaha Honda Kawasaki, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What you were talking about, and Ratakuri, the romantic story. If he could make it a win double, wow.
Yeah, good work through that final turn there from Ferozi. Perhaps, now we're on the last lap, that was a bit of a rehearsal. Go, 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 say Astra Honda.
Final lap, Arai Agaska has the lead, or did until Kiandra Ramadeepa takes him and leads going into the first lap. He'd like to lead for the rest of this lap. If he would, it would increase his lead at the top of the championship standings. Kiandra Ramadeepa for company. He has got Arai Agaska and Fairozi. Arai is 38, Fairozi 36.
Spreading out a little bit, but Arai Agaska is staying there.
Ratakuri, 2-2-2, has a look on the inside of Herjan Atner. Ratakuri makes that move, he's into the top 5. Herjan Atner, oh, he's going to have to give way there, Herjan Atner, and that is Herjan out of the mix for a podium position. Ramadeepa, though, is working so hard. Irfan Ardiansya helped by Iyoshi. Surely contact. They somehow got away through turn 10. Still Ramadeepa leading the way. Irfan gets low down, hunkers low. We're building up to a sensational finale.
Oh, Aiki Yoshi, he knows he can't back off in the turns. He needs that corner speed because he hasn't got the exit speed. We're looking at yesterday's winner, Ray Ratakuri now.
Right, Ramadeepa, can he hold on here? What a win this would be. Kiandra Ramadeepa leads coming into 15 and 16. Going on the inside, Ray Ratakuri forced outside. Won't be a win double for Ratakuri, but it will be Yamaha who come through. 36 is Fairozi. Fairozi into the final straight. Fairozi ahead of Kiandra, ahead of Arai, ahead of Ratakuri, Irfan Ardiansya and Hermawan. Brilliant racing.
Fantastic race from Ferozi. He missed Motegi with a broken leg. He's come back to Mandalika. He picked up a third yesterday and he's crowned the weekend with a win in race 2. And what a race it was from Kiandra, as you called it, Des, and Arai Agaska got himself onto the podium once again.
Well, sensational stuff from Ferozi. And for him, it is a third yesterday and a first today. A 41-point weekend catapults him back towards the top of the championship standings.
Yep, and in terms of championship, Des, that was a bad one for Herjanatna once again. He ended up 8th after he ran wide and had to give up a whole load of places. Wow, Ray Ratakuri, yesterday's winner, had another good one to come 4th. If you'd offered him a 4th place at the start of this weekend, he'd probably have taken it.
Your hand would be bitten off completely, but Yamaha take the victory. Beautifully, beautifully done, and the team themselves, quite rightly, Yamaha Racing Indonesia can celebrate. Fairozi Torkatullah wins it, 800th clear of Kiandra Ramadeepa, thanks to a fabulous last couple of bends. Astra Honda Racing Kiandra in P2, but will retain the championship lead. Araya Gaski Debani Laksana, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 2 tenths down, 5 tenths down, Ray Ratakore. Terrific weekend from the veteran Yamaha Yamalube racer. Irfan Ardianza, SCK Honda Racing. Gosh, if anybody is, if that's an audition for SCK Honda, that's not a bad one from Irfan. 6 tenths down. Kandra Hermoam, the wild card for Yamaha Racing in P6. Aoshi, the best of the Kawasaki's, 8 tenths down in P7. Herjanatna, as you say, in P8. Galang Hendra, a gallant effort from Galang Hendra for Yamaha Yamalube in P9. Cal Vietnam in 10. Sharafuddin Azman, those Hondas slightly underpowered for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda Racing Team. Deandra Trihardika on the second Kawasaki in 12. Irfan Heikel, he can still go away from this weekend, proud of his weekend's work, but he knows that the improvements to do for him. Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. Waddit and Piawat, both for the East NJT Racing Team, picking up points. Putri, Watcherin, Kevin Quintal, although he's got no points, Idemitsu Honda Racing India will be very happy with that performance from Kevin. Got ahead of Ramapucha from MS Glow for Men Racing Team in 19. Cao Ji Ang, Wang Jiadong and Ton An Pu, 20, 21 and 22 respectively. Mohsin Parabim did well. He had so many problems, that's a worrying time, but Mohsin completes the race. Cheng Jiang, 46 seconds down. He wins his little battle of pride against Hong Kong's Leong Nang Tse. And Keegan we saw drop out, and Marcos Ober as well.
And you know, Des, the first 15 were finished within 1.5 seconds of each other. Anyway, Park Ferme, there is our winner, Fairozi Torkatullah. That means a lot. He's come back from injury. He's shown what he's made of. Brilliant P1 from the Indonesian. And another nerdy point here is that the best finishing non-Indonesian was Aiki Yoshi in 7th. Yamaha Indonesia know how to celebrate. They've got 2 riders on the podium. Fairozi P1 and Araya Gaska in P3. He was 4th yesterday, so delighted to make it onto the podium for race 2.
Yep, those celebrations go on for a little while. And a lot of photographers very, very happy. Yeah, it's a popular win.
Yeah, I see Daniel Bogas has positioned himself out of the melee, just waiting to pounce. Clever positioning there from our pit lane reporter.
Now he moves into the kill, top left of the screen, but those celebrations are going to go a little bit longer.
There's some good dragon operators there, I tell you. I saw the green one doing backflips in pit lane during the pit walk earlier.
Don't try that at home, by the way. Enjoy the spectacle, enjoy the dragon dance, but don't try it at home. To see the multicultural enjoyment going on here at Lombok. And the cheers are still going on for Fairozi Torkatullah. And let's go down and see if Daniel can calm them down a little bit and get some sense from the top 3 races.
Fairozi, what a fantastic result that was for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and what a strong victory that was for you. a battle from the start, and what a fight for the victory. How was it?
Yeah, for the first, thank to Allah, thank to my family, thank to my team, Young Artists Indonesia, and thank to my family all. Yeah, this is difficult race for me, but I don't want to say I'm speechless, but this is my after me recovery, and I get to number 1, and for the race 2, I stay focused, and lap by lap, and for the last lap, I try to push, I try to limit, and I get to number 1. Thank you very much, thank you my family, thank you my team.
Well said, Farouzi. Congratulations.
Sensational race in the AP 250. We've had sensational races throughout this weekend, and this was as good as any that we've had. Astro Honda Racing's Keandra Ramadipa was the championship leader coming into this, but we thought that the Astro Hondas might be inhibited by the RPM reduction that they had given because they've been so successful. It didn't prove to be that way, though for a while, Barry Russell. Yamaha were looking to make this a little bit of a one-way show.
Yeah, it was looking like a Yamaha show. They had the 3 official Yamaha Indonesias. There was the exit for Vreo Markasuba. Yeah, Galang Hendra, he got a good getaway, and he was there for about half the race, threatening.
And this is around about the halfway point, 2-1-2. Keandra, just around about the time we were making excuses for him in the commentary box, he decides that let's make a play for going for a podium at least. Herjanatna also going at the same time. And then it became a fascinating race because there were some big names: Ray Ratakore, Irfan Ardiansa, the Kawasaki also of Aoshi. There was a contention that we could have 3 different manufacturers on the podium.
Yeah, that was a bit of wishful thinking, I think, on my part, Des, but Aiki Yoshi did have a really good race. He was less than a second off at the end. That Kawasaki working well. Just see there Galang Hendra dropping off with a couple of laps to go. Janatna threatened there by Aiki Iyoshi. He was about to make an error, which would push him back.
Onto the final lap, Underbone-esque Arai Agaska, the local lad. He led. Keandra decided he wanted to make a move for it. And I think at this stage we weren't really thinking of Fairozi. He was in the mix, but we were thinking that bike number 36 might be second best. We were wondering if Ratakori could make it a win double, if Irfan Ardiansa could get a famous podium for SCK Honda. But when it came down to it, Arai Agaska, he was pushed out. Even Keandra Ramadipa's brilliance was pushed out by the brilliance of number 36, Fairozi Torkatula.
Yeah, here he comes. And you can see Ray Ratakori threatening again.
So inside line for 36. Can he hold it? Ratakori, yeah. Just couldn't hold the brakes, Ratakori, and having got that and that little acceleration as well away, he was able to hold off Ramadipa as they raced towards the line around that sharp left-hand corner. He knows the win's his. He knew the win was his. That's brilliant for Fairozi. A P3 yesterday, a P1 today. Yamaha celebrations.
Yeah, joy and jubilation. He was so pumped in his interview with Daniel. Aragaska, P4 yesterday, P3 today.
And not a million miles away in the overall championship standings. Behind this young fella, Keandra.
Yeah, a couple of 15-year-olds high-fiving each other. Look at this. It hasn't worn off yet, as it does.
I'll have a bit of that happiness. That's a brilliant win for Fairozi. Particularly coming back from injury as well to produce a P3 and a P1 on the same weekend. Yamaha Racing Indonesia with the team award. We'll have Indonesia Raya, the Indonesian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia.
Well, that was the noisiest celebration so far. And there have been some celebrations ongoing. Prizes handed out by Mr. Chirikazu Handa, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific. And as usual, we do thank all of the sponsors, but Idemitsu, I think in particular, for their support of the Asia Road Racing Championships over a number of years. Araya Gaska, Muhammad Kendra, Ramadeepa. In Indonesia, 1, 2, 3, as Fairozi Torkatullah will pick up the P1 prize helmets. Thanks to sponsor KYT. Oh, she is very much on the happiness pills. And the team award to be handed out by Stefan Carapier, the FIM Asia president. Colin Maki. And the team award goes to Yamaha Racing Indonesia. There is an outright leader in this championship, but it's really closed up after this weekend's racing in the AP 250s. What had seemed to be a procession for Astra Honda Racing is now no longer a procession, because Yamaha Racing Indonesia are right in the mix. Even Idemitsu Bunchu Honda will take a little bit of joy from this weekend. Here's the championship standings. Skandar Ramadeepa, the teenager for Astra Honda, leads 111.16 clear of Fairozi, who's made a great recovery from that broken leg on 95 points. A point clear of Herjan Atna. 22 points clear of Araya Gaska, who's certainly not out the reckoning with 4 races to go. Even Sharafuddin Azman on 76 points. Might fancy his chances with Sepang being his home race next time out for Bunchu Honda. Cal Vietnam, good season for Honda Racing Vietnam and Cal Vietnam in P6. Aoshi on the Kawasaki. It's been again a good competitive season from him in P7 on 58. And Warwick for the East NJT Racing Team, a deserved P8 on 51. Well, 3 really fabulous races gone. 2 with the possibility of being equally as good. It's been terrific entertainment, worth climbing a mountain to take a view to get this. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships from Lombok in Indonesia. Coming up after the break, the Supersport 600cc.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano tailored oil. Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Circuit in Lombok, Indonesia. If you're a racing fan, you love close finishes. We've had 3 close finishes so far, and we've got a really, really competitive Supersport 600cc coming your way. It was competitive yesterday as well. Let's just have a look. How competitive? By looking back at the best of the highlights. This was race 1 on Saturday, a 12-lap race. Azroy Hakim Anwar, bike number 20, involved very, very early on, but the main mover was Veda Pratama. The youngster was on pole position, but he made an early mistake. As you can see him going off the racing line, had to just hold back a little bit, and he never truly recovered from that, Veda.
No, he was helped in the end, as we shall see. Astra Honda having support as ever, but Adinanta Putra, who never seems to have a bad race, he was there. He battled for the lead for much of this race with Azroy. Azroy would get the best of him in the end. Apiwat Mongtananon recovering from a broken wrist. There was the Musglofermen racing team.
Yeah, you just mentioned Apiwat in the blue for Yamaha, and championship leader he is, but as you say, he had a broken wrist, or a wrist problem from an event in Thailand, and he went backwards as things went on, which you would expect as a race goes on. It's a long time to be using your clutch all that much.
Yeah, and all the weight that you have to put on these bikes, especially to get them round that last turn. So this is a damage limitation exercise for the championship leader, Apiwat.
Up at the front, Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda Racing. He was leading with 3 laps to go, but he was under pressure. This is good work coming in from Helmi Asman, who's trying to recover from a poor qualification. And there was a 3-way battle between Helmi, bike 123, Reza Danica Arons, who's getting better and better at the Supersport 600s, and Veda Ega, who again made a slight mistake there. Also coming into the mix, Kiatisak Singapong, the young Thai who's improving race on race.
Yeah, Kiatisak looking really good as one of the rookies coming through here. In the background there, that was Helmi Asman, who came through from a 10th place finish. He had really good pace yesterday. Took a while to get himself some clear air in front of him. And this was, I think, in my opinion, the best race from Reza Danica Arons, number 1, 2, 3, we saw just a moment ago.
This is the final lap, and this is the winning moment for Azroy Hakim Anwar. Adinanta Putra pushed him close for P2, but would later be given a penalty, a 2-place penalty for an incident under yellow flag. He dropped down to P4, so it would be a 1-2 for Idemitsu FIM Honda. And Azroy Hakim Anwar taking the victory. We've had a warm welcome, and Azroy and Helmi Asman will be happy to get some wins under their belts, because they haven't had the most brilliant of seasons. This is the revised championship standings. We gave you the one yesterday with Adinanta Putra having been appointed second, but now the revised championship standings see that Apiwat has a 33-point lead from Adinanta. Helmi Asman is 11 points further down, and Azroy Hakim a further 4 down on him. Okay, so that's the scenario. Let's go down to get some pre-race thoughts, or we'll go down to get some pre-race thoughts once we've had a little look at this 4.3-kilometer circuit. Let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who is amongst the riders, for some pre-race thoughts.
It's intermediate class time now for the Asia Road Racing Championship Round 4, race day 2. And we're going to talk with a few of the riders, but before that, a quick weather update. Still cloudy, the clouds look threatening, but we're not expecting any rain, but the wind coming in is actually quite cool. So we had some riders complain about wind this weekend. We'll see how that affects this race. I'm going to jump onto the left side of Adinanta Putra. So Adinanta, yesterday a fantastic race for you, but unfortunately a penalty. But what can we expect from Adinanta Putra today?
Yes, yesterday I got a 3-second penalty from my mistake when I overtake on the yellow flag. Yes, but that was happened. And today in race 2, I will give more than yesterday. And then, yes, I just try to give all and I try to fight. But I won podium and win. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Adinanta. Good luck to you. And now we're going to head down to row 2 and talk to a very speedy Apiwat, but a recovering Apiwat. So, Apiwat, it's been a tough weekend. A lot of riders have been really on good pace, and we know that you're recovering from a wrist injury. Can you tell us how it's been so far in the race with the injury?
Yeah, yesterday is for the race difficult for me, but yeah, really painful in my hands, right? Yeah, I lose the time, but I lose the control the bike because the my hand is no power to push the bike. Yeah, for sure. In the today is I make the lap by lap and follow the front group, but yeah, we will see again in the race 2.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you for this race. And now we're going to make our way down a couple of rows. We're just going to walk through the sea of media and teams as we make our way down to P13. We're going to talk to McKinley Carl-Paz, who Yamaha have brought a few things special for this weekend. And we just want to get his impression of how it's been so far. Let's talk to Carl real quick. So this week has not been the easiest of runs for the team. Qualifying was a bit of a struggle, but nevertheless, it's race 2. How are you feeling for it?
For the race 2, I feel more confident because during the warm-up, we get the good setup compared to the race 1. So I think this race 2 will be better.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, confidence from all the racers there, and a hands up and apology from Adinanta Pucha, which got a thumbs up from you, Barry Russell. It's good when riders take responsibility like that.
Yeah, it is. It was his mistake. He's mature enough to admit it and know that today is another day. Interesting also to have confirmed there that this is really a damage limitation weekend for championship leader Apiwat Wongtananon.
On pole position, we have got the talented Veda Ega Pratama for Astra Honda Racing. For Veda Ega, this is by far his best performance in terms of qualification. He's had a podium yesterday, of course. He recovered after a poor start. We saw that mistake, and he recovered to get the podium. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, we have got Azroy Hakim Anwar, yesterday's race winner.
Yeah, that was a superb race from him yesterday. He had the look of a rider who knew he was going to win, and he did it.
Still trying to recover from those 2 DNFs in Buriram on the first weekend of the season. In a 6-round, 12-race season, you can afford one really bad day, but he had 2 DNFs, and then you have that rain out as well, which cost everybody a race in Zhuhai as well. And Azroy has been playing catch-up all season.
Yeah, there's Apiwat just setting his mind to doing as best he can with the injury.
You know Apiwat quite well. What did you make of that little interview he gave just then?
I think that was candid, and I think that was an honest one. He didn't say this is a damage limitation weekend, but it is. He's in pain. He only broke his wrist 2 weeks ago, Des.
Incredible, incredible.
So yeah, you lose, of course, you lose the strength. You've got so many little bones in the wrist that you lose control. The mechanics just don't work, even if you don't lose too much muscle.
14 riders on the grid. We're looking for the likes of Ryan Nugroho to improve, for Kiatisek Singapong to continue his improvement for Honda Racing Thailand.
Yeah, 5th place yesterday for Reza Danica. That was a good result for him. And he did look threatening. And the pace of Helmi, who's going to start from P10.
Formation lap. Here is the starting grid for race 2. Veda Ega Pratama, Astra Honda Racing, the teenager, on P1, ahead of Azroy Hakim Anwar. Idemitsu FIM Honda on 2. Adinanta Pucha, second on the track, but 4th in the standings from yesterday for Astra Honda Racing in P3.
Yeah, and on road 2, Musglo for Men Racing Team are fielding the brilliant Dimaseki Pratama. He starts 4th. Apiwat next to him, we've just been speaking about, as indeed we have. Reza Danica RN starts 6th.
Well, Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, will come good at some stage, but he's had a tough old season on bike number 89. He's in P7, Tanat Lalongpio, youngster for Honda Racing Thailand, bike 31 in P8. Katisat Singapore, he did impress yesterday, bike 85, P9, Honda Racing Thailand.
Helmi Asman had miserable qualifying, but great pace in the race yesterday. He starts 10th. Next to him, an additional bike from the Astra Honda garage, Fadila RB Aditama, and Kengo Nagao, who's been finding it difficult here at Mandalika, starts 12th.
P13, a confident-sounding McKinley Kyle Paz, Yamaha Techni Racing Team. The Filipino will start in P13, and Cha Jun Tong for Victor Racing Team, again for Cha Jun Tong. Unlikely to pick up points, unlikely to be featuring up at the top, but improve your own personal bests and compete with these guys. That's what it's all about for the Chinese racer Cha Jun Tong.
Yeah, he represents a small rising tide of Chinese motorcycle racers.
Is the turn 15 and 16. Come back on yourself as we have a very close-up look, too close-up look. We're on board with McKinley Kyle Paz, and the man giving us a little kiss there was Cha Jun Tong.
Yeah, looking increasingly confident. Cha Jun Tong, great to have him in the series and persisting.
So 14 successfully negotiates the formation lap. Apiwat Wangtananon, the championship leader, but an injured Apiwat. Still managed to pick up 9 points yesterday for P7. He'll be doing his best to increase his lead at the top of the standing, which is 33 points. Revving of the bikes, and it's an excellent even start for 1, 2, 3. Veda Ega Pratama didn't get off the line so well yesterday in race number 1 here. He's just pushed down into P2, but it's still a competent start by the teenager. But all 14 off nice and safely.
Yeah, a really solid start from Azroy, who just about muscled his way into P1, but Veda snatched it back.
Looking to see how Dimaseki is able to build on what was an encouraging looking performance yesterday before he crashed out. Dimaseki, bike number 99 in the black livery, just being pushed down a couple of places. AYT signs in the back, all thanks to them for their sponsorship of ARRC. But the two in the lead are 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar, Veda Ega Pratama.
And just behind them is this season, ever-present threat from Adinanta Putra. And his teammate Fadila is just out behind him.
32 coming through, Helmi Asman. He'll be looking to just get up. He starts P10. There's enough time to get up towards the leaders, but you've got to negotiate your way past, well, quite a few in front of you, and they don't want to let you past.
No, and the rider immediately in front of him is Kengo Nagao, and we know his quality. He's not going to get out of the way easily. He's had a bit of encouragement.
Azroy Hakim Anwar looking for a win double.
Yeah, his pace was so good yesterday.
77 points for him. Azroy leads from Veda Ega, from Adinanta Putra, Tanat Apiwat holding on to P5 from Reza Danica. Arbi in 7, Nugroho in 8th. Helmi Asman has actually dropped down a place, he's in P10.
Yeah, this is good from Tanat as well, in P4 currently.
Yeah, top speed 245.5, fastest man out on the circuit. Well, at the speed timing point anyway.
Yeah, I think it was Azroy yesterday from the podium, described yesterday as a Honda day. Will it be a Honda day again today?
Ooh. Veda. Wow, cleverly done.
That was a tough, confident move on the experienced Azroy.
He just shoved him out the way, and then look at that, Adinanta Putra. Then Azroy Hakim from P1 to P3 inside a couple of corners.
Down goes, it's a Yamaha, is that Apiwat?
Apiwat is still out there. Was it Kengo Nagao?
It's hard to see. Oh, it was Apiwat.
Oh, wow.
So, damage limitation mission has failed in race 2 for the Thai championship leader. He'll still lead after this one.
Holding his ribs there as well. Let's hope he's not really added to his injuries, but it'll be no points for Apiwat Wongtananon, which is bad news for him. Let's hope his health is all right, but it's good news for the rest of the competitors in this Supersport 600.
It is a risk you take when you go on these damage limitation missions, that your body just doesn't work as well when it's damaged or got a broken piece, as Apiwat's had. Anyway, in that melee, Adananta Putra makes his way to the front, and he's got the precocious Veda Ega Pratama just behind him.
Astra Honda 1-2-5. Azroy and Tanat are 3 and 4. Where is Helmi Azman? Where is Helmi Azman? 10th at the moment, not being able to make a headway, bike number 32. Got plenty of time. It's an 11-lap race, 12-lap race, so plenty of time.
Yeah, he was probably about 2 seconds off the lead at the moment, but he has got a lot of traffic to get through.
As we've seen there, there are plenty of opening opportunities to take that. Reza Danica makes a nice little move on the inside. Azroy Hakim is going backwards at a rate of knots. Azroy, well, he's down at P5. He nearly went down to P6 because Reza Danica was chasing him. Veda Ega in P2. Adananta Putra leads the way.
And that's Wayu Nugroho up there behind Kiatisak. In front of Kiatisak is Reza Danica. He's increasingly looking as though he's arrived as a Supersport 600 rider. Makes another place up, I think at the expense of his wildcard teammate.
31, Tanat is in the lead. Tanat Longthiao. I got my 21s and 31s mixed up, I do apologise. Tanat has made his way to the front in the midst of that lap. And Tanat, we've not seen this kind of pace from Honda Thailand before, Barry Russell.
No, we haven't. We saw a good race yesterday from Kiatisaki's teammate, but this is the first time we've seen the young Thai leading a race.
So Tanat, Veda Ega, Adananta Putra, Azroy down in P4.
The youngsters leading the way. The more experienced Azroy currently in P4. Well,
Adananta in particular will know, of course, that Apiwat is out, and he'll know that if he can pick up 25 points here, he'll move to within 8 points on the championship lead with 4 races to go.
Yeah, Adananta just nicks P2 from his young teammate, Veda.
There's Kiatisak once again. What a terrific weekend. The bike number 85 has had 123 is Reza Danica Arens, the defending 250 champion at the ARRC. And there's Dimaseki Pratama, who's being a little bit more circumspect today than he was yesterday. But nonetheless, not a million miles away. 1.8 seconds separating P1 from P11. Yeah. Kidney Kalpaz just been dropped a little bit.
Oh, and there's an engine gone.
Oh, it's 32. It's Mohammed Helmi Azman.
Oh, rotten luck for Malaysian Helmi Azman. So, 2 of the big guns are out, Apiwat and Helmi. The race is being led by not the top gun, but a young gun.
Well, Tanat Longthiao, he's proving that he's confident enough to lead, to take on some very, very good racers behind him.
Yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, Adananta Putra is there. There is the procession that follows right the way down.
Yeah, rider at the back there is Kengo Nagao, surprisingly. So that's cooked. That engine is cooked. Rotten luck for Helmi. Look at that oil spill immediately under the bike, and look at that.
Oh,
that was a big bump.
Now that was Tanat being knocked backwards, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was.
You take the lead in this game. It's a big boys competition now.
Yeah, here we go.
Adananta says to Tanat.
Up inside him, and then it's Veda. Who barges his teammate.
Tanat looked at Veda as if to say, Hey, you're a kid. You're not meant to do that to me.
I mean, they're both young. They'll both come back. But yeah, a little bit of a baptism of fire after leading Tanat. But showing again good judgment from the Thai Honda management, putting these good riders through. Kiatisak and Tanat in this case.
1 second separates one from 6. 1.6 seconds separates one from 10. Only McKinley Kyle Paz has been lapped. Sharjun Tong has just gone down. He's 11 seconds adrift. He's racing his own race, Sharjun Tong. Fastest top speed, Reza Danica Ahrens.
Yeah, just saw Kiatisak taking a wide loop round. He was looking for a fast exit. He wants to get on terms with the 3 riders in front of him.
Joy Hakim has just put in a fast sector 1. Adananta with a lot to gain. Remember, we've already had crashing out the championship leader, Apiwat Wangtananon, on the Yamaha.
Yes, and Azroy's not done. He's just grabbed second place from Vida Ega.
Yeah, he was quick through sector 1. He's been quick through sector 2 as well. Tanat also quick through sector 2.
Padilla a little bit further back.
This is going down to the wire as well.
Yeah, it is. And Reza Danica running at a good pace, but it needs to make an impression.
Vida Ega tries to hold the inside line and has done well enough. Oh, but then coming straight back at him was Azroy Hakim Anwar. That's a good little battle. So 1, 2, 3. Honda, Adananta Putra, Astra Honda, Azroy Hakim, Boonshu, Vida Ega, Astra. And then Tanat has got himself back into P4. And Kiatisak is there as well.
Yeah, so it is looking a bit like a Honda day, but it's a cracking race. 5-way battle for the #1 position. Reza Danica just behind them.
Don't count out the Yamahas. That's Dimaseki Pratama. Oh, it was Dimaseki Pratama.
Oh, Des. What did you just say? Oh, second crash of the weekend for Dimaseki. I think he's just winded.
That was a hard old thump there for Dimaseki. Just lost it. Similar place, I think, to where he went off yesterday.
Yeah, and Azroy resumes the lead while our attention was taken by that crash. Adananta second. There is a win coming for Adananta at some point soon.
Reza Danica, bike 123, 6th place at the moment. Honda 1 through 6. 93 is Fadila Arbi.
Yeah, Fadila Arbi performing as Astra Honda hoped he would. Really good race from him. Azroy at the front for the time being. Yeah, he is up and walking, and he's carrying his seat unit, bless him. Dimaseki. We're going to have a sit down somewhere.
5 laps to go. Azroy Hakim Anwar leads from Adananta Putra and Vida Ega. 1.19 seconds separate 1 from 7. Even Wainagroho is only 2 seconds down. Even Kengo Nagao at P9, he's only 2 seconds down, 2.2.
Yeah, Fadila trying to work his way up as well. He just took his, well, he just got in front of Tanat actually. I think he might have taken 2 places since they crossed the finish line. But Kiatisak now hanging on to the front 3.
Track temperatures relatively low here, 38 degrees, there's cloud cover, it's relatively cool. Might just be causing the tyres not to be hot enough. There have been a number of goings off, not so much today, but certainly in qualification, as Adananta Putra goes on the inside of Vida Ega.
Yeah, there's not much...
teammates there.
Yeah, they're
Pretty nice.
teammates, but clearly no team orders, except don't take each other out. But this could be a day to see one of these Thai rookies on the podium. Got half the race, just under half the race remaining. Azroy looking to make a break now. We know he's capable of it. While Vida and Adananta are holding each other up.
quite right about the ties. 85 just behind is Kiatisak, who raced so well yesterday. We haven't had a podium so far for Honda Thailand. It is a distinct possibility here, because both their riders are looking good. Going through, the lead is up to nearly half a second for Azroy, who does have the ability to sprint away, but Kiatisak, a fine top speed, 246.6, he's looking quick. Azroy, is he able to pull away, Barry? Can you on this circuit?
It's difficult, isn't it? But he's such a neat rider. I think the riding style of Azroy suits this flowing Mandalika circuit. He's not a rider that gets out of shape.
Another humdinger of a race.
Yeah, Adananta doesn't want another P2 or worse. Vader now is totally at home on the 600s. He's been in the gym since Motegi.
Well, they've closed the gap a little bit on Azroy Hakim. We thought Azroy was trying to get away, but what was a half-second gap, well, you can see it's distinctly not a half-second gap anymore.
Yeah, Vader very quick in the first sector. Tanat moving really quickly as well. A little bit further back.
Moves on the inside. You're quite right, there's no team orders there. Adananta Putra tries the switch back and gets it back. And then Vader tries to go on the inside once again. If there were team orders, Adananta Putra, if he was to get the win, would really close in close to Apiwat Wangtananom.
Yeah, I think it's too early in the season. Astra Honda, they do run a tight ship, but I don't think they're very big on team orders, except the main one, which is don't crash.
Vader Aga in P3 at the moment. That is the battle for P2, those three bikes that you can see. Because there's the man leading the way, 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Looking, as we say, for a win double, looking for his third win of the season. Looking to recover from 2 DNFs in the first 2 races of the season and put himself in with at least the remote chance of a title charge in the last 4 races still to come at Sepang and Buriram.
Yeah, Kiatisak's got some good pace there, Des. Look at this.
He had good pace yesterday, Kiatisak.
Yeah, he's outbraked there into...
He's got the top speed.
10, yeah.
246.6. Roy looking smooth. You can see Kiatisak was just trying to get on a slightly different line from Vader. It's almost like he feels the men in front of him are holding him up. But behind him, he's got to be very aware that Tanat Longkliao is also there as well. I wonder if the ties are working under any kind of team order. Well, we know the answer.
Yeah, we know the answer. Tanat trying to get on terms with this front group. There was good pace there from Kiatisak, but he's got Vader in front of him. He's not going to be easy to pass.
It will be 2 laps to go. Azroy Hakim, who's been in the lead for a long time, under pressure from Adananta. Himself is under pressure, a little wobble. Forces him wide. That was a scary
that's an
moment.
error, and that's enough to let Kiatisak through.
So then, on the Racing Thailand, a chance of a podium for the first time this season.
Yeah, too aggressive on the brakes there. That cost him 2 places. With 1.5 laps-ish remaining. Kiatisak, this would be a big moment if one of the 2 rookies from Thai Honda can put themselves on the podium. And look at that, Kiatisak, he's not done yet.
That is Tanat, to be fair, because Tanat is putting quick times as well. And also not done is Adananta Putra. The pressure on Azroy Hakim, who so far has been impeccable.
Yeah, he has. He's very good at the front. He's so tidy. He's experienced, the most experienced of these riders at the front.
Azroy Hakim Anwar from Malaysia, from Idemitsu FIM Honda. Hasn't won a title before at ARRC level.
Yeah, we saw a mistake yesterday, didn't we, Des, when Vida just dropped himself back out of podium contention. He was later promoted, of course, but a little bit of inexperience still showing.
Right then, 1 lap to go for Azroy. He's been neat, he's been tidy, he's been precise. He's kept in the lead, he's kept Adananta at a distance, and he's successfully done so on the long straight. But Adananta will be looking for opportunities to maybe attack on the inside, and Vader is there as well.
Yeah, Kiatisak looking, but I think the battle here is going to be Adananta's going to send it at some point and try to get in front of Azroy and look for a win for his home country, Indonesia.
Really close onto the back wheel. Azroy Hakim, eyes forward, but be aware of the moves that might be coming. And look at this, it is Kiatisak who's tried to make a move on the inside, and then Adananta, but neither can get through. Azroy closes the door. Tanat's there as well. Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand.
Yeah.
And looking at the, well, it's tense there. And we've got going past, oh, I thought we'd gone past him there. Tanat has gone past Kiatisak.
If it is going to be a podium for Thailand, then the order's just changed. Let those two riders leave each other alone.
Oh, Azroy forced to stand up. And Azroy comes off.
Down.
Azroy comes off, tries to get back on. And that means Adananta Putra. No doubt there'll be a race direction, but Adananta Putra comes through to take the victory. Ahead of Vader Aga, Kiatisak on podium from Fadila Arbi and Reza Danica. Wayan Groho, McKinley, Kyle Paz, Azroy Hakim Anwar on the final series of corners taken out. As it stands, the victory to Adananta Putra and Astra Honda Racing, Barry Russell.
Yeah, we'll need to have another look at that. Race control will be taking a very close look at that. But if it is, if the order is held, we'll need to see just was anybody at fault there. Great result as it stands at the moment for Kiatisak to come in third, to take the first Supersport podium this season for Honda Racing Thailand.
Well, here is the incident. 20 is just stood up. I'm not sure he does anything wrong there.
No, I think he's just, I think Tanat loses it and takes Azroy with him. Adrenaline keeps going, and Azroy limped through.
He'll pick up 7 points, Azroy Hakim Anwar, but it was almost a certain 25. And it hurts his championship chances, but it really, really brings Adananta Putra right into the overall championship picture, because he moves within 8 points of Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yeah, he was 37 points adrift when they came into this weekend. But that was a win has been coming for Adananta Putra.
And that has been confirmed. Adananta Putra picks up his first win of the season. Vader Aga Pratama, a very good P2 for Vader Aga, a first podium for Honda Racing Thailand, and congratulations to Kiatisak Singapore. He was good yesterday and he deserves some reward today in P3. Fadila Arbi, Astra Honda Racing has a wild card in 4. Reza Danica, that's really nice. Astra Honda 1, 2, 4, 5. Ryan Groho on the Yamaha in 6. McKinley Kalpaz, Yamaha Techni Racing Asia in 7. Kengo Nakau coming through on Yamaha Racing Indonesia, just 6.5 seconds down in P8. And I can tell you, P9 is Azroy Hakim Anwar, who got up off his bike and got over the finish line, but he would finish 9 seconds down in 9th. Tanat Longplow also picked himself up, and I'm sure Azroy will be having words with Tanat. Shah Jun Chong finishes 45 seconds down, but no finish for Dimaseki, Helmi Asman, or Apiwat Wangtananon. Well, they had a perfect vantage point. So yeah, race direction, incident to turn 16 under investigation. You have been in race control scenarios before. You expecting any action to be taken by Russell?
No, I don't think so. It's a difficult one. This is a clean win for Adananta. Let's say that first. Veda Ega Pratamar, that's a clean second. Kiatisak, no problem. I think it was just a loss of control by Tanat that took out Azroy. An unfortunate final complex incident. But there we go. We said earlier in the race, there is a win coming soon for Adananta. He's been improving all season. Last year was his rookie season, and he's really looked the part all the way through this season. And now he's just a few points away from the championship lead. Veda. Veda there, big grin from him. He's happy to come through in second. There he is. He's such a level-headed lad, isn't he? I loved his grid interview.
Very calm, very composed. And Astra Honda will be very happy. Those fans, hopefully they're not going to disappear. There's another Superbikes 1000cc race to come. But once again, we've had incredible drama down to the last corners by Russell.
Yeah, that was Kunalak, the big boss for Honda Racing Thailand. Just congratulating him. Congratulations from Olins. And now, not looking quite so reserved, Adananta Putra, enjoying the moment as well he should. And again, I guess that Daniel is somewhere off to the left there, waiting for the mayhem to subside.
Yep, Daniel, you're live. Let's go for it.
Adananta is back to winning ways for you, and what a brilliant race it was. I think you battled almost every single person in the top 5 to get here, but what a race that was from you and the team.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah, and then my family who support me also, all the team, crew, all will support me this weekend. Yeah, very amazing this second race. From the beginning, I try just to maintain. Sometimes when I want to make a gap, I try to push, but yeah, I don't know, very difficult. And then when some rider pass me, okay, I try to follow, just make a rhythm and good pace every lap. And then, yeah, I follow Azroy, and maybe on the half a race until at the end. And then I think, well, yes, maybe I have some chance to overtake on the last lap. I try to more push and more close to Azroy. Yeah, finally I can overtake in the last 2 corners. Yeah, I'm very happy. Thanks to all.
Congratulations, Adananta. Fantastic victory.
Race highlights of the second race of the AP 250 from Mandalika. And as with all the other races today, it was really, really very, very good. A smooth start from all the racers, gave little indication of what was going to happen later on. But you always knew that this was going to be competitive. Astra Honda were in there, Veda Ega was looking good, Adananta 21 was looking good, but looking best of all was bike number 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar. He would get into the front just before the halfway stage after we'd firstly seen Apiwat Wangtananon go out. More of that in a moment. But with Apiwat out, well, Azroy Hakim looked like he was going to pick up the 25 points, Barry. But firstly, the Apiwat scenario.
Yeah, the Apiwat scenario. He was here to limit the damage to his championship lead, which was 37 points at the weekend. And the plan worked a little bit yesterday, but it didn't work at all today, and it was especially bad in the end, as we shall see. That was Helmi Asman we saw just now going out with engine failure. Unlucky for him.
And this is where Azroy Hakim was able to make his move. Yep, that engine's gone. That's going to take a little bit of cleaning, and so will that bike need a little bit repaired. Dimas Eki went out. Spectacular 2 crashes for Dimas Eki. But now this is Azroy's to lose. He's in control. Veda Ega is there in bike number 54, nearly lose it. Adananta Putra, far more calm in.
Yeah, that mistake cost 2 places, believe it or not, for Veda Ega Pratama. Yatisak came through, but Azroy still looked as though he was going to pull it off.
Bike number 85, keep an eye out for him. Kiatisuk, also keep an eye out for bike number 31, because he would be involved in an incident that would wreck the race for bike number 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy was leading. We're into the final lap. We're coming down to this corner. Azroy is stood up by Adananta and then taken out by Tanat. They both got up to finish the race, but the win was taken away from Azroy Hakim. Instead, it goes to Adananta Putra. Adananta moves closer to Apiwat in the championship standings, and a P2 also to make it an Astro Honda 1-2. After Adananta Putra takes it, Veda Ega in P2.
Veda was 5th going into turn 15, Des. So he was undoubtedly helped, and I think that was a bit of a rush of blood from Tanat. He was just too aggressive in that turn, so there could be some kind of penalty coming for him. Let's enjoy the celebrations. He's such a reserved character. It's fantastic to see him so pumped about this victory. Brilliant stuff.
Awards handed out by Mr. Toyokazu Handa, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific. And we will now have the national anthem of Indonesia. Presentation. Toyokazu Handa, MD of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific. Gets the prizes. Congratulations to Honda Racing Thailand, by the way. They've been competitive, they've kept working. And particularly this weekend, Katasak has been very, very good. He and Veda Ega, two teenagers.
Yeah, very well judged team selection for this season for Super Sports by Honda Racing Thailand.
The winner with the KYT helmet. Puts it next to his own helmet as well, Adananta Putra. And it makes a huge difference in the championship standings. Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President, hands out the team award to Astra Honda Racing Team. They've won one or two of them in the past.
Indeed.
Well managed, well organised team. And looking good to put in a real challenge for the title in Super Sports 600.
Yeah, just enjoying the joy of Adananta there, the winner.
Confirmation, Astra Honda Racing Teams, Adananta Putra in P1. Teammate Veda Ega in P2, and a first podium for Honda Racing Thailand in P3. 124 points, an 8-point lead for Abiwat Wangtanon despite crashing out today. Adananta Putra 116, Azroy Hakim Anwar and Helmi Azman need to make most of home track advantage at Sepang next time out. They're 3rd and 4th. Katisak Singapore 74 points as well. He'll be looking to try to break into the top 3. Reza Danica for Astra Honda Racing on 68. Veda Ega Pratama, what a great debut season for him on 62. Astra Honda Racing, and Kengo Nagao on 58. And so we have one race to go. And it is the big boys, it's the Superbikes, and a big crowd to have a look at what we have got to offer. We've given you 9 thrilling races. Each one has got to the final corner of the final lap before it has been decided. Let's see if we can do that with the Superbikes as well. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. You're watching the Asian Road Racing Championships from the Pertamina Mandalika circuit in Lombok, Indonesia. Our final dance at Lombok, as we're nestled between the hills and the wonderful Indian Ocean, is the Superbikes 1000cc. It's race number 2 of the weekend, race number 8 of the season. 4 more to go after Mandalika. We head to Sepang in Malaysia in September before ending the season at Buriram in December. And this championship is still very, very much up for grabs. 5 races with genuine opportunity of taking the title. And that's because a lot of what happened yesterday. Let's have a look at race number 1 of the weekend, which took place yesterday. And it turned into a thriller minute. Yeah, race 1 in the ASB 1000cc. There were so many stories to talk about. One of the big ones, number 83. Lachlan Epis, the Australian from the Evolution Sports Group on the BMW. He's not expected to make the headlines. The headlines are expected from Hafiz Sharin from JDT Racing on the Ducati, championship leader coming into this competition. But Barry Russell, we've got to give a mention to Lachlan Epis. We'll talk in a while about him, but firstly, JDT, they were chasing Yuki Kuni for a long while.
Yeah, Yuki really got away. He was fast off the line. Looked as though he was going to take a second successive win, having won race 2 at Motegi last time out. But coming strongly late in the race was Andy Farid Izdihar, as he often does. And now you can see this was past half race distance. He was right up on the tail of Yuki Kuni, the race leader. And here, the Evolution Sports BMW
So
that's a big scalp for him.
Lachlan Epps going past a hard-working Ducati there. Didn't go quite past him on that occasion, but he would do later. Epps has worked so hard, lost a little bit of weight, and the Australian has been able to take his first podium. In front of him, Andy Farrad, once he got past Yuki Cooney, and again, Cooney wasn't making his ear, but that just really, that was the significant moment. And with 3 laps to go, Andy Farrad is the heart. Once it got into the lead, there was never any real doubt that he was going to go and take his second victory of the season.
Yeah, that was the moment for sure. But here was the story late in the race. The pace of Lachlan Epps was just phenomenal. And he had no less than Nakarina Tirapuva, Pat. Remember, all these bikes are factory supported. That was an error, of course, from Nakarin. Got him getting another good result. But Lachlan was on the case there. Recovering there, Nakarin. Got Shona Shimura for company.
Epps actually was closing in on a P2 position. If this was another lap longer, Epps might well have been able to challenge P2, but Yuki Cooney would go on and hold on to that for, well, his second podium in a row. He's in championship contention, but the new race leader and championship leader is the man who crossed the line first, Andy Farrad Izdihar. There is the view over the circuit, and there is the circuit plan, Barry Russell. And so many challenges.
Yeah, fast-flowing circuit. It gives some advantage back to Yamaha that we've seen disadvantaged on some of the quicker circuits, like Buriram.
This is a circuit that asks questions, particularly in the big bikes, of the tyres. And you can see the yellow Dunlop guys in the middle there. The tyres, they've made a special tyre for this particular circuit because it's so difficult. But none of the riders really seemed to use it yesterday.
No, they didn't, but we'll get the tyre allocation anytime soon.
In the meantime, let's go down to Daniel Bogas. Let's get some pre-race thoughts.
Dark skies are in the distance and dark skies are above the track right now for the final race, the Premier Class for round 4 here at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. But the thunder won't be coming from the sky. The thunder is going to be coming right on track. The ASB 1000s, the big boys of this championship. Let's have a chat with some of them. First and foremost, we're going to have a chat with Yuki Cooney. So, Yuki, yesterday it was a brilliant start from you. You pulled the gap nearly like Motegi, but then grip issues towards the end made you suffer a little bit. So, what are you doing different for this race?
Yesterday, yeah, I did quite good in the beginning, but after that, I couldn't manage well the rear tire. So this time we tried to the hard. Of course, like we are a little bit like a try, but of course in the morning we had also good feeling. So I will try to believe myself, and I will just try to my best.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Big good luck to you. And now we're going to head down to row 2. We're going to talk to none other than Chip Nakarin, who's been just brilliant as well this weekend, fighting all the way through. And I said, grab a quick word with him. So, Nakarin, a lot of fast riders this round, and it's been a big battle as well yesterday. So how do you feel for this race?
This race I will control myself, and I will keep my pace. When start, I try to go because I confident with this morning warm up, my pace coming better. I will fight.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck to you. Definitely. Good luck to you, Nakarin. Look forward to seeing what you do in race 2. So I'm just going to squeeze under the cameraman real quick. And we're going to head over to the next row. We're going to talk to Lachlan, who managed to get his first podium of this championship. Let's have a quick chat with him. So, Lachlan, yesterday was a fantastic result for you and the team. How are you feeling for race 2?
Good. About the same I felt for race 1. Obviously, starting 7th, the start is crucial. I made a good start yesterday and was able to find my way back with that strong race pace at the end of the race. So, another good start. If I'm still in 7th or flat 1, it's going to be a fight, but I'm ready for it and I'm up for it.
Awesome. Can't wait to see it. Good luck to you. And now we're going to head a couple of grip places to the right of Lachlan. And we're going to talk to Azan Shah's teammate. Azan Shah, of course, had an unfortunate crash in warm-up and will not be joining us for the race. So we're going to have to interrupt the show real quick. So, Show, difficult weekend for the team. Aslan not on the grid. How do you feel for this race?
Yes, when qualifying, I feel no good, but race one feeling coming better. So, yeah, I want to enjoy fighting. So, I try to focus. Then I will do my best.
Thank you so much, Sho. Good luck to you. Can't wait to see it. And now we're just gonna try and grab Sal Khan from Dunlop, and it's right where we need him to be. So, Sal, yesterday there was some interesting issues with tires. The recommendation from Dunlop, as we heard, was hard rear. 99% went with medium. So how are we looking for today?
To be honest, the track conditions are slightly cooler than yesterday. We've had one change at the front. Yuki looks like he's gone with a hard rear, as we expected and tried it in warm-up. And the rest of the field are on the same as yesterday with medium. But thankfully, they're respecting the rules and they're keeping the pressures up to keep the heat in the tyre.
Thank you so much, Sal. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, you will have heard in those interviews that Aslan Shah Kamruzaman will be an absentee from this race. Aslan is one of 5 who have got genuine championship hopes. But this morning, Barry Russell, he had an incident that means that he will be missing this afternoon's race.
Yeah, the back of, I think it was the back wheel of that BMW gave his right ankle a real thwack. And I saw him earlier with his ankle up and iced at the back of his pit garage, so he's not in condition to take part today. It's a real shame because he was one of the contenders coming into this weekend.
Certainly was. He's got his home races coming up though in Sepang, so we'll be hoping that next time out he in that BMW and the team TKKR Racing will have a little bit more fortune. But Aslan, you could tell he was hurt there. You could tell he was not only winded, but that he was carrying something as well.
Yeah, here's a question over Soichiro Minamoto. Having secured pole position yesterday, he had a crash and absolutely destroyed his bike. Only the engine was retrieved from it. And the bike wasn't quite set up to his liking, having been rebuilt very rapidly for yesterday. We hope that it was okay in warm-up. It looked okay in warm-up, so he'll be hoping for better things today. Not on the podium yet, Soichiro Minamoto. Here's yesterday's race winner. What a brilliantly judged win again from Andy Farid Izdihar.
He's had 4 podiums, 2 wins and 2 second places. And he is the championship leader, 10 points clear of this man, Hafiz Sharin, who, well, he was at the Suzuka 8 hours and last week. And we do feel it's taken a little bit out of him. But also the Ducati doesn't handle as well at this flowing circuit.
Yeah, it's the high-speed turns he said he's struggling with. Kazma Daniel, this could be interesting because he was very fast in warm-up. It was just a warm-up session this morning, but his best lap time was half a second faster than the best race lap time yesterday. So we're hoping that he has found the pace that he needs to do what we know he's capable of.
Zakwan Zaide's had a tough old time of things. He's in the championship standings for the Honda Asia Dream with Astemo team. He's only had 1 podium, 55 points. He's used to being at the front of the grid and will not be happy to be this far down.
He's had a rotten run of luck. There is Sho Nishimura, looking determined and coming off the back of a win in race 1 at Motegi last time out. Really good pick for BMW.
Sama. Keeping himself nice and cool. It is quite cool out there though. Osama Murray, he represents Yemen, lives in Malaysia. Victor Racing, MLT Yamaha. He has picked a couple of points up here and there. In terms of the tyres, right, Dunlop, as always, they bring us the information. So hot off the press, Barry Russell, have we got anything of note?
Yeah, I think, well, Sal mentioned that Yuki's going with the recommended hard rear, so that's a little bit of a gamble because everybody else is going with a medium rear because of the cooler temperatures. But they're going with Dunlop tyre recommendations. That's Teo Joe here for the 2nd time at Mandalika.
We also mentioned that the guys, Eric Sapucha on Yamaha for Yamaha Targlos, and Teo Yu Zhou for Savitar Team Asia. plenty of interest. We've had, this weekend, we've had 9 races that have gone down to the final corner. It has been really, really strong racing. I'm hoping that this will be the same as well. Hafiz Sharim, he's looking to improve after a frustrating P7 yesterday when he lost the championship lead. Yuki Kuni will hope to build on yesterday's second place. Soichiro Minamoto, as you say, now he's got a bike that he can actually ride. It's got a seat on it. He'll be hoping that his pole position can be converted into a podium as well. Lots of opportunities ahead of us here.
Yep, podium coming for Soichiro at some point soon. 2P4 is the best result so far this season. Hafiz came in, leading the championship. Now he's 10 points behind Andy Farid.
Safety car comes in. No Aslan Shah, that is a shame for him and for the championship, because I need to mention the championship standings. Andy Farid has the lead, 100 points for him, but Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati for JDT Racing Team, 90 for him, 85 for Yuki Kuni, 84 for Aslan Shah, and Soichiro Minamoto, sorry, 85 for Chip Nakarin, 84 for Yuki Kuni, 82 for Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. So genuinely 18 points separating first from fifth.
Very finely balanced at this point at the start of the 7th race of the season.
Perfect, perfect. 8th according to the statistics, but
yeah, you accused me of having O-level maths, Des. I only just managed to scrape it.
I forgive you for Zuhai. Lovely guttural thunder of the engines. I know electric's the way forward, but these engines really do sound the business.
Yeah, bring on the biofuels. Anyway, that's for another day. On the right there is Soichiro Minamoto, his first pole position, looking for his first podium. Right in the middle there is the number 27 of Kazma Daniel. A long time off the podium. Want to see him back and smiling, but we really wish he was out there. The great showman himself, Aslan Shah.
Formation lap. It'll be a 13-lap race once we get underway. Track temperature only 36 degrees. It is cool out there. Soichiro Minamoto, Yamaha Techne Racing Team Asia, on pole position on the Yamaha YZF, alongside SDG Team Haag Pro Honda's Yuki Kuni, and championship leader Andy Farid is the half for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astemo.
Yeah, leading row 2 is Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team. Next to him, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, qualified 5th. 6th is Nakarin Atirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astemo.
Man of the moment, Lachlan Epis, Evolution Sports Group on the BMW. Let's see if he can produce what would be an incredible performance to add to his 3rd place yesterday. Zach Wanzari, Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astemo, will be wanting to rescue something from a wretched weekend, and Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW Racing. On his own out there, no teammate, but he doesn't need a teammate, Nishimura.
Yeah, row 4 is populated by Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team, Eric Saputra, very welcome wild card here, and Xiao Zhou for Savitar Team Asia, based in Malaysia.
13 laps of the circuit. Expect towards the tail end that a couple of the 3 on the bottom row may well be lapped. That's how good the men at the front are. 3 at the back are all very, very good on the domestic competitions. Once you go into the international stage, you really do step up to a phenomenal level. And the likes of Yuki Kuni, Andy Farid has been on the international stage. Hafiz, of course, we know his abilities. Kazma is going to burst into a wonderful, wonderful racer. Zakwan has won championships. Sho Nishimura, experience galore. Minamoto has won titles. The high quality field.
Yeah, this hard choice of Yuki Kuni at the front could pay off later in the race. Let's see. We're about to find out.
So, Final race of the weekend, race 8 of the season. SDG Harkbro smile. He gives us the all systems are go. And we are underway, and it's a good start from Yuki Kuni. The man in the middle just sprints past Sojiro Minamoto. It's not awful for Minamoto. Lachlan Epps has made a storming start as well. Lachlan has got into P3. He said he was after a big start, and the BMW has got exactly that, Barry Russell.
That was phenomenal, exactly. He said that's what he wanted. He executed it. Yuki Kuni executed a good start again from the front, from the middle of the front row. Let's pick out the rest.
So Yuki Kuni leads. Where was Hafiz Sharin? Did he get through into P2? Or was that Minamoto in P2?
Yeah, Minamoto is in P2.
Hafiz is down a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Hafiz. Epis loses a place as they take this right-hander. And then will gain it back. Kuni has got away, as has Minamoto. It's Japan 1-2. Epis. How about Kazma Daniel? He was 5th on the grid. There was Kazma just coming in, so Kazma's got himself ahead of Hafiz Sharin.
Oh, and this is a good battle between the two young Japanese riders at the front as they go through turn 16 now.
Well, this is a fascinating first lap. A long way to go, of course. Yuki Kuni went out very, very strong yesterday. Very interesting that Lachlan Epis on a couple of occasions been overtaken for P3, but won it back on each time. But Kuni from Minamoto, from Epis, Andy Farid, Chip Nakarin, Kazma Daniel, Hafiz Sharin, Zakwan in 8, Nishimura 9, Osama Murray 10, Eric Saputra and Teo Yujo 11 and 12.
Now the question is, will these two get away? Will they hold each other up? Will Lachlan, Andy and Nakarin hold each other up? That is Kazma just behind.
He was quick this morning, wasn't he, Kazma?
Was, yeah.
He was looking good.
He was quick. It'd been good to see the second group not slip too far behind.
Well, Minamoto, having got ahead of Yuki Kuni, looking very, very good. 23. Championship leader Andy Farid slips on the inside of Lachlan Epis. Just can't seem to hold on to that P3 for very long. And look at that, Kazma Daniel has made a great move. He tries to go around the outside and now has the inside line, and Kazma Daniel indeed moves into P4. Epis going backwards, but this is the Kazma we have been expecting all season.
Yeah, I hope, it's very early days, I hope we get it, but this is impressive from Soichiro Minamoto. No podiums yet. Andy Farid knew that he had to get past Lachlan and get to the front of that group so he can give chase to Yuki Kuni and Soichiro Minamoto ahead of him. Let's see what he can do. Let's check the gap lap by lap. Kazma's really pushing Andy Farid at this point.
But Minamoto, having had that accident, so he did qualification, then he had problems at the end of qualification. It caused him a little bit of hassle yesterday, but he recovered for P4, which was a remarkable result in its own right. And now he's got a second lead over Yuki Kuni and a near 2-second and beyond 2-second lead over Andy Farid. Andy Farid loses a little bit of grip, but is able to hold on. Kazma Daniel, this is the Kazma we know.
Let's see what he can do. He's running really for the first time this season with Andy Farid Izdihar, the championship leader, and he's looking good. This is a circuit where Yamaha will not be disadvantaged. Eases his way through, not done yet.
So often the switchback happens on that if you get the wrong line. Epis is under pressure from Chip Nakarin. Zakwan has got ahead of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. So is Hafiz playing the long waiting game and trying to hold on to those tyres, because he said he had tyre problems in the latter stages, having gone out very, very quick yesterday, did Hafiz Sharin. Kazma's gone out very, very quick today.
Yeah, and he's gaining ground on Yuki Kuni Andy Farid sensibly, he's a great tactician. I think we'll stick behind him for now. Lachlan Epis right on the pace as well.
This is great stuff already. Early stages, but they come through the start-finish line. The lead is 0.6 of a second for Minamoto over Yuki Kuni. Kazma Daniel is 0.9 down on Kuni. Andy Farid right on the tail of Kazma Daniel. Lachlan Epis has not been dropped. Neither has Chip Nakarin. Hafiz has got ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. Straight line speed for Hafiz is there. Top speed 284.2 kilometers per hour, a 29.3 sector 4.
Yeah, every session we've seen the top speed there, but it's not such an important metric for this flowing Mandalika circuit.
Great work from Minamoto. Remember, he stepped up to the Superbikes. He's the Supersport 600cc champion. As we speak, he is still in the lead, but Kazma Daniel is just bypassed by Andy Farid Izdihar, who is somebody who we know plays the long game.
Yeah, he definitely does. Good grid interview. We're just looking there at Nakarin. Said he needs to control himself. Good battle here between Andy and Kazma. Yuki Kuni, just wonder if that hard tyre is going to pay off for him later in the race.
Yeah, he's one of the few who made that gamble.
It's harder wearing on the right side than the inside because most of the turns here, 12 out of 17, are right hand.
2 seconds separate, 1 from 9. Joe Nishimura is 9th, 1.99 seconds down. What's the lead? 2/10 for Yuki Kuni over Minamoto.
The group behind, led by Andy Farid Izdihar, is just closing that gap.
Hafiz Sharin has started to make a move. He was dropping down, but look at that, he's got himself into P6 ahead of Chip Nakarin at Ducati. This is high speed. This is excellent stuff as Hafiz looks on the inside. Bike 55 looks on the inside of Lachlan Epis. Lachlan locks in out.
Nicely done, Des. But yeah, that's a really good battle. Saw a little tussle between those two in warm-up this morning. So I think Hafiz is going to be quite circumspect about his timing if he is going to get past the Australian.
Oh, he's got past him there. The Aussie went just a little bit wide. Lost control there, Lachlan Epis. It's a powerful beast, the BMW. The slightest mistake, you will lose a little bit of time. Kazma now under pressure from Hafiz Sharin. Remember, Hafiz was the championship leader coming into this weekend. He is now 10 points adrift of Andy Farid, number 23, who's in third. 82, Yuki Kuni leads. There's the championship live. That's how close it is. We've got 4 races to go. Chip Nakarin, let's not count him out. Let's not count Soichiro Minamoto out.
Yep, he's due a podium. Andy Farid is closing the gap and leading that group up.
This underbone.
But he's got a fight on his hands. Hafiz is starting to make his move now.
Gosh, that's impressive from Hafiz. Bastards through sector 1, 26.9. That's 2/10 faster in a single sector. Okay, let's go down to Daniel as Lachlan Epis makes another mistake. A couple of mistakes in the last couple of laps. We can talk to a disappointed Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. Just get an update. He's amongst the championship leaders as Yuki Kuni makes a mistake and goes into P3. We'll talk about that in a moment, but let's have a quick word with Daniel as Yuki Kuni goes backwards. Hafiz Sharin back in P2. Sorry to interrupt you there, Daniel. Let's go down and let's see Aslan Shah's thoughts. Okay, right now, let's focus on the race.
Yeah,
Lachlan Epis is back.
Yeah, there was Hafiz. Made his move to the front of that group, and he's made his move right up onto the back of the Yamaha of Soichiro Minamoto. It was a disappointing race, a disappointing P7 as Nakarin goes down on that Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo.
Chip Nakarin, he's one of those in contention for the title. That could well have scuppered it. What does he do?
Oh, he just folds the front. Just held onto the brake a little bit long. Wanted to rescue it, but it couldn't be done. Now it's Yamaha versus Ducati.
Andy Farid is the heart. Is in P3.
Let's go to Daniel. He's ready now.
Down here with Aslan Shah, Kamran Zaman. So Aslan, unfortunately you're not in this race right now. We would wish you were, but unfortunately you sustained an injury. So again, give us an update on the extent of your injury.
Yeah, I just have a sprained ankle, so not big problem. Just my bike is more destroyed than me.
Well, thank you, Aslan. We hope to see you in the next round for your home race. It's going to be exciting. Good luck.
Thank you.
Indeed, Aslan Shah Kamrazarman, he will be fit and ready for Sepang, and hopefully his bike will be fit and ready. TK Yergal Racing. But the racing is going on now. Soichiro Minamoto and Hafiz is chasing hard. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. I think he was stung yesterday, Hafiz. He's a proud man, but he dropped down after a strong start and he lost the championship lead. And I think he's just trying for a little bit of retribution here, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and what we haven't seen is the reason why Yuki Kuni has dropped way down the order. Eighth, 10 seconds back. So catch what happened there to Yuki Kuni, who looked so strong in the early stages as he did yesterday. But this battle at the front is getting really interesting.
Well, we were talking about 5 competing for the championship before the start of the race. Of those 5, Chip Nakarin has crashed out. Yuki Kuni has dropped down to P8. Aslan Shah Kamrazarman couldn't even start because of bike and injury problems. So 5 became potentially 2.
Yeah, whatever happened with Yuki probably affected some of the others, because the field has strung out a little bit. We'll have a look at that battle behind in a moment. Try and pick the bones out of that, because Kazma's in there.
He's still going, Yuki Kuni, but his sector times are slow. He's 7 seconds behind Sho Nishimura in P8. Right then, let's though focus on what's going on in that battle for P3. Epis again has just lost a bit of time. Zakwan Zaidi. Well, Zakwan, he had a problem. Here is Yuki Kuni. That's a power problem. He doesn't look to be a full throttle there, or he's trying to be. But he's not making any real headway, Yuki Kuni.
Let's see, his last lap time was 1:40.3.
3 or 4 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, and he's 10 seconds in arrears. So it could be that he's still dropping back. We'll keep an eye on that. Can he catch up? Will he drop back? Disappointing for the 20-year-old Japanese SDG rider.
Minamoto, in the meantime, was on pole, had a 4th place yesterday, hasn't had a podium this season, but is looking to remedy that. He's looking to remedy it with a win by Hafiz Sharin, who's had 1 win, 2 seconds and a P3 in a successful debut season for Ducati and JDT Racing. He is really, really on his tail and looking good. And the championship leader, Andy Farid Izdihar, is right behind them in P3.
Yeah, this is Andy Farid time, this stage of the race, Des. Now the gap from Soichiro to Andy was 2.3 seconds last time out. Keep an eye on that.
Zakwan Zaidi's got himself into P4 under pressure from Lachlan Epis in P5. And just behind them, you've got Sho Nishimura and Kazma Daniel, who's dropped off just a little bit after a a barnstorming middle of the race.
Yeah, Sho Nishimura getting his eye in as well. Just taking a look at the back of the BMW, the only other BMW in this race, of Lachlan Epis.
Nishimura, the BMW of Nishimura, TKKR Racing, trying to get on the back of the Evolution Sport BMW. Just look at this though, look at Minamoto, look how low he gets his shoulders. He's having to work really, really hard, and Hafiz, who looks really fit, despite his exertions at Suzuka last week.
Yeah, I think what's going on behind is that Andy is getting ahead of the riders behind him, but he's not lapping as quickly as the two in front of him. So I don't think it's Andy Gilang time as we know it. Let's see.
He's 2/10 slower than Minamoto and Hafiz Sharin. Minamoto has been leading for, what are we, it's about 5 laps now, Soichiro Minamoto. Yes. He thought he got rid of the pesky Yuki Kuni, who is still going backwards. Clearly a mechanical problem. Now then, we've got the back markers. They need to be disciplined. They need to let Minamoto go through, and Hafiz, and they do. That's good discipline from the back markers. Chip Nakarin, latest lap time, again, was, well, half a second down on Minamoto and Hafiz.
Yeah, and yeah, the pace of the front two is better than that of anybody behind. So Andy not closing, in fact he's losing ground. So he's looking to consolidate that third spot on the podium. These two are fighting it out for the top step. I'm impressed with Soichiro's performance here, Des.
Magnificent. Magnificent, because Hafiz has put real pressure on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Former MotoGP rider, very highly regarded, arguably the most successful rider ever to come out of Malaysia or indeed Southeast Asia.
And Hafiz with JDT. Very, very proudly looking to try to get to win number 2 of the season, but Soichiro Minamoto is not making this easy at all. He's the Supersport 600 champion from last year, but he's stepped up to join the Superbikes, the big boys, and he is holding on, and he's keeping a 0.3 of a second lead. He's holding Hafiz Sharin at bay at the moment. Hafiz, bike 55.
Both running the same tyre compounds, matching each other's lap times within a couple of hundredths. So 2 laps left.
Indeed, on that last lap, Soichiro Minamoto was able to slightly increase his lead, but it's a negligible lead. Hafiz hasn't really been in position to really attack for P1. Behind them, Andy Farid is 3 seconds down.
Yeah, Andy losing ground, but he's secure in that P3. Sho Nishimura has got ahead of Lachlan Epis. Kazma, after looking, perhaps got a little bit overexcited earlier, Des, but he's settled back in P7. Yuki Kuni, who's clearly got problems with that bike, is 20 seconds now off the lead. So he's just riding for points.
As is Chip Nakarin, who's got up after that crash. He's got up, he's riding, and he's lapping relatively quickly, so he'll pick up points. I suspect he'll finish and pick up points to keep him in with the championship contention. Right then, 2 laps to go. Soichiro Minamoto, the lead is nearly half a second over Hafiz Sharin. And behind them, Andy Farid. Avoid any catastrophe, make sure at least you pick up 16 points. And even if you do lose a few points on Hafiz, you're still in the championship lead with 4 races to go.
Yeah, the Malaysian probably making that calculation. A little wheelie over the line that time for Soichiro. The gap pretty constant between 0.3 and 0.4 of a second.
That's closer,
Hafiz has closed up. Let's see what they do through Sector 1. It's getting interesting here. Wow. Soichiro has kept a very cool head now. He's on the last lap. He's got such an accomplished rider, such an experienced rider on such a fast bike, the JDT Ducati behind him.
And again, back marker. Let's make sure you stay out of danger. Is it Eric Supotra? I think it is. So then, Minimomoto has Hafiz. Is Hafiz happy with P2?
Not bad for the championship, is it? But yeah.
Oh, the back marker's got to be careful.
Yeah, there is Eric.
And he's really caused a problem for Hafiz Sharin, and that decides it. Hafiz shakes his head. Soichiro Minimomoto. Yeah. Oh, Hafiz has had his lap destroyed.
It's a shame for Soichiro as well, because he was doing a really good job at the front. Hafiz has got no chance to take him, but this is the first podium of the season and the first win in ASB 1000 for Soichiro.
Soichiro Minimomoto takes the victory ahead of Hafiz Sharin, who looks back unhappily. Behind him, Andy Farid is the heart. Hafiz is furious, Soichiro is delighted. Zakwan Zairi picks up a very hard-earned P4. Sho Nishimura 5, Lachlan Epis in 6. Kazma Daniel showing good form at last in 7. Yuki Kuni is still chuntering along in P8. Chip Nakarim will pick up points as well for P9. Osama Murai, Eric Saputra, and Choyu Jo still out on the track, 10, 11 and 12. But congratulations to the race winner, Soichiro Minimomoto.
Magnificent. He just received on-track congratulations from his Yamaha Techni Racing with Asia teammate, Kazma Daniel. That was a superb performance, and I do believe, Des, that he would have taken that win even without the intervention of the back marker.
Yes, yes.
There's the flag of Johor.
That's a state in the south of Malaysia. So he's not too disappointed. Frustrated because he didn't have the chance to really attack on the final couple of corners. But nonetheless, he gets to within 6 points of the championship lead with his home races to come, or the Selangor races to come anyway, in the next round.
Yeah, and finished importantly ahead of Andy.
So Soichiro Minimomoto wins this 13 lap race for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Big congratulations for Minimomoto. He was fast in qualifying, then had the mishap, recovered for a P4 yesterday, puts his first win on the Superbikes on the cards today. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team on the Ducati, 2.4 seconds down. It was closer than that until the last lap. Andy Farid Izdihar, Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo, holds on to the championship lead, but the gap is narrowed. Big result for Zakwan Zaidi. That's an excellent P4. We hardly mention him. Apologies to Zakwan for Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo. Sho Nishimura, TKKR BMW Racing, a good P5 for him. Lachlan Epis, what a terrific weekend. That is a turnaround weekend for Lachlan. Kazma Daniel 7, Yuki Kuni did finish in P8. Chip Nakarim also got a finish in P9. Osama Murray in 10, Eric Saputra for Yamaha Cardloss RRS, and Choyu Jo for Savitar ESG Team Asia. They were both lapped, but they will pick up points for 11th and 12th anyway. Well done, Minimomoto. And now he can enjoy the view. Now he can enjoy the beauty that is the Indian Ocean and wave to the several thousand fans who've made it for this. Clearly, it's been an epic weekend of racing.
It certainly has, as he turns into pit lane. This is an important psychological move. We always say it's important to get onto the podium psychologically. Well, he's jumped up right to the top of the box. So absolutely brilliant for a fantastic racer who almost loses it in pit lane. Good recovery there from Minimomoto. Let's see, he's also a very cool, calm and collected character. Let's see how he responds to this. We saw jubilation from earlier winners who are normally quite quiet. Gets congratulations from Dunlop head honcho, Kobayashi-san. The team await him to... Congratulations.
Fully deserved. What a good weekend. And yesterday's ride was impressive as well, considering the shape of his bike after the morning shenanigans.
Yeah, well, apparently they only retrieved the engine, everything else was thrown in the bin. But good race here from Hafiz after a disappointing outing yesterday with tyre troubles. Good response to come through to P2 and really good for the championship for him to finish in front of the championship leader, Andy Farides Daha.
You can see the scowl, though, even through the helmet for Hafiz. It's a well done. It just proves how competitive he is, that a P2 is frustrating him in such a manner.
Yeah. And next time we're going home for him. Some consolation being offered there, I think, by the team. Visor still down for Hafiz. Tells you something about the competitive nature of him.
Well, hope the crowds have enjoyed this, whether they paid or not. And let's go down to talk to Daniel Bogas and get some post-race reaction from that Superbikes 1000cc.
So Andy, slightly different race from yesterday, slightly different conditions as well, but nevertheless, you're on the podium once again. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm happy to be on the podium. To be honest, today I feel so much struggle than yesterday. I don't have so much grip on the rear tire especially. I almost crashed 2-3 times. So to be on the podium is very good for me because I was so struggling. I mean, this race too was very difficult for me. But anyway, this is a good podium for the championship. So we will analyze today, and we're looking forward for the next round and to be more improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Congratulations. We look forward to the next round as well. And coming up next, we have race winner for the ASB 1000, Soichiro Minamimoto. So trying to get Soichiro into the interview zone. Soichiro, you qualified fastest, had a big crash in the early session of Saturday, got back up, and today you have managed to win the race. How does it feel to bring Yamaha back to winning ways?
Yes, I'm so happy because yesterday we made a good lap time in qualify, but I mistake 2 times, then bike was gone, but our team staff so hardworking, then fix the bike, but yesterday we have some problem in race 1, but this morning solve it, then yes, in race 2 I like my style, then I enjoy the race, and finally we came back podium in the top. I'm so happy and I want to say thank you so much in team and all staff.
Thank you, Soichiro. Congratulations on a fantastic victory. And in second place for ASB 1000s, we have Hafiz Sharin. So Hafiz, it was a much better race for you this time round. It was a beautiful race trying to catch up with Soichiro. And if it wasn't for the last lap incident, we think we would have had a real last lap battle.
First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to my team, but I don't understand. More than 5 seconds allowed to race. And it's happened many times with the blue flags. And yeah, was a good race. We can win in the last lap, I know, but I just saved my rear tire in the last lap. I know in the second last corner I have a big potential there, but yeah, but this is part of the race. But anyway, this championship need to improve. With the slow rider, I think it's not allowed to race after more than 5 seconds. Yeah, anyway, yeah, to make this better, it must be improved. And I cannot accept. I accept the second place, but I don't accept with the blue flag like this kind of the rider. Yeah, anyway, thank you very much to all my sponsors, especially Johor and my big boss, Tengku Mangkato Johor. And this for you. I'm sorry that I cannot win the race. I believe I can win. But yesterday was disaster for us. But we bounced back from not a good race yesterday. So anyway, thank you everyone to make this happen.
Thank you, Hafiz Sharin. Congratulations on a fantastic podium.
Race recap from race number 2 of the weekend in the Superbikes. The 1000cc, Hafiz Sharin knocked off the championship lead yesterday. Farmer Murray, based in Malaysia as well. It was a great start for Yuki Kuni in the middle of that group. The number 92, as with yesterday, got off to a terrific start, but something happened in the middle of the race to really scupper his chances. Also making a good start, Soichiro Minamoto and Kazma Daniel coming good as well. He would go on to get his best results of the season, but the real story, Barry Russell, was the man at the front at this stage, Soichiro Minamoto.
Yeah, he did so well. He bided his time. He made a clean move for the front, and he just stayed there. He soaked up the pressure from Hafiz Sharin. And another thing that impressed me here, as unfortunately the hard-charging Macarena Tirapuvapat went down, but the other impressive thing was that Lachlan Epis showed that yesterday's podium was no fluke. He was right on the pace today once again.
Then we came down to the real race, the final race. You heard him mention it, Hafiz Sharin. He was closing down. He said he'd looked after his back tyre. Soichiro Minamoto said was in his sights. We never felt it in commentary, did we? We thought he had a terrific time, but as they came into the final lap, Minamoto was leading. The lead at that stage was nearly half a second, and then it came to the back markers. This is what caused the Hafiz Sharin problem, and Saputra gets in the way. That prevents any attempt for Hafiz Sharin to make a move on the last lap. But Minamoto, from this observer's point of view, was probably in a good position to go on and take the win anyway, and thoroughly deserves all the celebrations that come his way, Barry Russell.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't think that Hafiz did have that final pace to send it in the final turn. I think Minamoto had shown such maturity, such strength of character to lead from the front that he would have made it anyway.
Minamoto, very, very different emotions from 1 and 2. Adi Farid-Izdihar did a very solid job making sure that he kept the championship lead, and he comes on, he's an experienced campaigner.
Well, he had a bad day and he finished 3rd. So that tells you what you need to know about his quality.
Hafiz offers the handshake to his Indonesian counterpart, but it's going to be a Japanese on top of the podium for the first time today, and for the first time in Superbikes for Soichiro Minamoto. He saw off the challenge of Yuki Kuni, resisted the challenge of Hafiz Sharin, and takes his first place. And a terrific result for him and for his team.
Great to see Yamaha back too.
Yamaha Techni Racing Asia with the team award, and we're going to have the Japanese national anthem. The Japanese national anthem. The Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia president. on helmet and prize-giving duties today. Andy Farid is the heart. Good weekend for Andy. 41-point weekend for him. Takes him to the top of the championship standings with 4 races to go. Hafiz Sharin, even with his frustration, it's a 29-point weekend, and although he's lost the championship lead, he's still within touching distance. But Soichiro Minamoto, wow, maybe this kid has arrived at Superbike level.
Mandalika's good for him. He had a win here last year.
The team award to be handed out by Mr. Bang Bang Wikitono, the Chief Administrator of the Mandalika Special Economic Zone, the SAZ, and it goes to Yamaha Technique Racing Asia. Thanks to Mandalika. It's great to have an international circuit of this quality available for us to use in Indonesia, which really has a heartbeat for motorsport. Confirmation, Andy Farid Isdar, Andy Gilang from Indonesia in 3. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, JDT Racing in P2. For your winner, Soichiro Minamoto, for the very first time for the Yamaha. What it means in the overall standings, Andy Farid leads 116.6 clear of Hafiz Sharin, 24 clear of Yuki Kuni and Chip Nakarin, who aren't out of the reckoning. Neither is Minamoto, who comes into the reckoning. Neither is Aslan Shah, particularly if TKKR BMW can get it right at Sepang. It could be a fascinating next 2 rounds when we return to us in September. Zach Ronzadi recovered. That's an excellent 4th place for him for Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo on 68 points. And Lachlan Effis, wow, what a weekend for Lachlan. Congratulations to the Aussie Evolution Sports Group on 67 points. Wonderful Indonesia, it has been a little bit special. We had a most somber event here last year. We've been able to celebrate the racing today, and we move on next to Sepang. We've been to Buriram and Zhuhai and Motegi. We've been here in Mandalika and Lombok for the 2nd time. We've enjoyed it thoroughly. Sepang next in September. Chang International Circuit for the deciding 2 races in early December. Barry Russell, quickly your thoughts, your highlights of today.
Well, we started with a fantastic race in TVS. It was a payoff for Ramdan Rosley's persistence. Brilliant for him. Underbone 150 championship has swung in favour of Akiz, and just the joy of the winners that we've seen. Ferozzi's come back, and in 600s, and that win for Minamoto. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Okay, it's been great being here at Mandalika. We thank all the fans, be they on the hill or in the grandstands. We thank the spectators, the riders, the team behind the scenes, the producers and the cameraman for an awful lot of hard work over the last 4 days. You have been watching the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from Mandalika Circuit in Indonesia. Join us again in September, where we come to you from the Sepang Circuit in Malaysia. From me, Des Corkill, alongside Barry Russell, it's bye for now.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
bisa merasakan sakit dan bahagia. Izinkan ku bicara agar kau juga dapat mengerti. Kamu yang buat hatiku bergetar, rasa yang telah ku lupa ku rasakan tanpa tahu mengapa. Yang ku tahu inilah cinta.
bisa bicara, kira-kira hikayatnya apa yang akan ia kenang?
Pripun jeng? Iya, apik men, Bu. Cantiknya. Tuh, Put. Nganggo klambi koyo mereng-mereng. Gini lho. Gini, Bu. Cantik kan? Ini ben apik ditaruh di depan. Gini. Aku ayo tau enggak? Itu jerawatnya itu. Gini ada jerawatnya. Rapopo. Gedean jerawatku. Dek. Sampun siap.
Saya membayangkan ia akan berbagi tentang berdepa perjalanan yang ia hela, tentang kisah yang hadir dalam tiap kelindan lungsi dan pakan, tiap lakon yang jalin-menjalin dalam mil-mil yang lalu. Sebuah wiracarita tentang helai-helai yang tumbuh, mendedar sengkalan yang malih dan berarak.
Bunga anggrek mulai timbul. Aku ingat padamu di waktu kita berkumpul. Kau duduk di sampingku. Engkau cinta kepadaku. Bulan menjadi saksi. Engkau pun telah berjanji sehidup dan semati.
Mungkin ia akan mendongeng tentang windu-windu yang lampau, tatkala jagat masih ramai, dengan ragam hias maneka warna, layaknya sulam bordir menyemaraki tiap kelim. Beberapa kisah tentu syahdu dan lembut, sementara yang lain geria penuh bahaya. Saya yakini pada suatu titik ia tentu akan bertanya-tanya bagaimana denganku, karena tumbuh bukan hal yang sederhana dan menghadang zaman bukan hal yang mudah. Lawas dan kuno, lesak dalam sudut-sudut terlupa, diancam rayap dan masaku sudah lewat? Ia bertanya gundah. Terdiamlah hingga ia ingat pada inangnya, kepada jari jemari yang dengan gemati menguri, melewati kala yang silih berganti, setia melantan kain agar berlestari. Mungkin ia akan mengingat berpasang-pasang tangan yang telah menyingsingkan lengan-lengan bajunya. Semesta perempuan yang telah ia rayakan mengampu berbatih-batih karya.